Hi, good morning, everyone. Amit sir, can you please reconfirm my voice is loud and clear?
Yeah, is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I can
Thank
hear
you.
everyone. Yes.
Good morning. Good morning.
My name is Shraddha, and on behalf of Upside LMS, HR NXC, and UBS Forums, I welcome you all for this virtual summit on 6th edition of Future of Learning and Development. Thank you so much for sparing your time and joining this session. Before we start, a few guidelines I would like to make you aware of. This webinar is happening on Teams platform, and this session will be recorded. Hope you would be fine with the same. We will take your questions in the Q&A session at the end of each session. In Q&A session, please use hand raise option in case of any questions, or you can post questions in chat box. Giving a brief about the webinar, learning and development has been one of the most important part of the organizations. With the changing form in the market, everything is getting digital, due to which conventional way of learning is not being followed and it has to be transformed. Also, as we know, the future of digital is so the question that comes next is how digital transformation is going to be the key in the process of learning and development. Having a digital approach, fostering a learning culture in an organization by making people relearn, leveraging technology for skill building are some of the major concerns that are being faced by learning and development department in today's time. Today we will highlight the thoughts on changing culture and scenario of learning and development in today's time, how the trainings are being imparted to the employees in a pure virtual mode, how e-learning and gamification is playing a major role in learning management system that is LMS and many more. On that note, I would like to invite our first speaker for the day, Mr. Amit Gautam, who is the CEO at Upside LMS. Giving a brief introduction about Amit, he has started Upside LMS with a mission to enable businesses worldwide to manage their L&D easily and cost effectively. With over 2 decades of experience across IT and e-learning, Amit has a wealth of knowledge in startup management, technology solutions consulting, and technology solution architecting and development. And IIM and NIT alumni, he has been profiled by leading industry publications. Amit also distills his learn tech expertise, yes media articles, and presides over panel discussions at leading HR and L&D conferences regularly. Over to you, Amit.
Thank you, Shraddha. Thank you, Shraddha. Good morning, everyone. I hope all of you can hear me loud and clear. And first of all, I'm really happy to be here. Thank you, UBS Forums. Thank you, HRNXC, for this. And I do feel like truly showing a lamp to the sun with so many experts from L&D space in the participant list today. I feel humbled, and I hope the next 10 15 minutes which I will be speaking on, they are useful and productive to everybody. And I'm just kind of here to share my experiences, which and especially focusing on the last 18 to 20 months of how the world has changed for us, both as at personal space and in the work space. And I'll just try to share my experiences and kind of look at future from that perspective, that what I believe or what I think is happening and is going to happen. And of course, during the day, during the sessions, we'll learn more about how things are shaping up at various companies. And thank you again, everyone. And I'll just share my screen. I'll take about 10 minutes, a few pointers, and then we'll have some questions if time permits. Right. Could I request everyone to mute the mic, please? I can hear some disturbance. Thank you.
Yeah. Requesting attendees to please mute themselves. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So I'll just try to bring in some of my observations, which we've been over the last almost 1.5 years. We've been having a lot of conversations with the customers, and in our space where we help our customers implement solutions for learning management, for online learning, for e-learning. for delivering learning and having the learners actually studying across multiple media. So, as Abraham Lincoln very rightly put, the best way to predict future is to create it. And why this quote is really relevant in today's context is that, and I was just speaking to somebody before the session started, it is like a big reboot which is happening. And, not very distant in the history, the World War II, if you just one example of how London used that as an opportunity to rebuild the entire city after the World War II, it was in ruins, and they rebuilt the city. And it could have been done differently in different cities, but they did something, and they did wonders with the city creation. I think that's where we are today in the domain of learning and development. Is that everything has changed dramatically, but this is also, of course, it has not been the best of our times. It has been a rough journey for all of us. We've had personal experiences through the last 18 months. But I think from a business and learning perspective, it is also a very, very right time to look at how we can rebuild everything from fresh and incorporate ways which can truly help businesses become more learning oriented businesses. So that's my belief. And to simply put like a very small cause and effect analysis. Of course, this is a very, very high level. There are a lot of factors involved. What I have seen in the past is, as technology, and when I say technology, it means both hardware, software, and multiple things in between. As the technology changes, it also impacts and in fact changes the way we learn. When computers came about, we had CBT. When mobile came about, we had mobile learning. When the AR glasses came about, we have virtual reality or augmented reality. And then there is also a reverse cycle or a feedback mechanism. As we start learning the new way, we also then demand more changes either in the same technology or in new technologies. So this is a like a continuous cycle. And this what really has happened in the last 18, 20 months is that the pandemic has actually been acting as the biggest catalyst in both of these aspects. So, in one on one hand, the pandemic has resulted in changes across technology. Today we use Teams and Zoom like it is our second nature, and also the way we learn is also becoming a lot different than we used to. Within a day, everything shut down. We worked remote, but learning never stopped. So, that is a testament to the fact that there's a lot of things happening in that space, and I believe a lot of these changes are irreversible. If you look at one example, till today, after I think many attempts, a lot of businesses are still unable to figure out the best way forward for hybrid or remote or fully physical offices. And I think that is an irreversible change. It is, I at least believe it is impossible to go back to a scenario where we will have offices full of everybody working full time as we used to. It is not going to happen. It might, but that's my belief. So these changes, which are irreversible, also impact a lot of other things, in turn impacting the way we need to learn, want to learn, and we will actually learn. So, just to kind of summarize my observations, we are looking at a paradigm shift from training, which used to be the focus, to truly personalized, on demand learning in the flow of work. And I think the key would be is that the way the learner needs and wants, and no less, no more. I think there are a lot of factors. Today we don't really have time for so many things. So it has to finally boil down to no more and no less. So we cannot do things extra or less than what we need. And that is, I think, the key. So just to kind of summarize again, it is a shift from training to personalized on demand in the flow of work and as learner needs and no more. And these are some of the keywords, but they define the spectrum of things we need to focus on as L&D professionals moving forward. So, I look at learning as a sum of many parts. Learning is not just about a content or a piece of intervention delivered to a learner. I think it is a sum of many parts, and good or bad, all of these parts are now moving very fast in all directions. It's like a huge chaos or high entropy in general. And these multiple moving parts are shaping the way we are learning and the technologies of learning. So I think some of these parts, digital transformation at scale, and not just in a couple of companies, but across the world. So digital first has now become not just a mantra; it has become the way to survive. If you are not able to operate business digitally, I would not be able to figure out how you will survive or you have survived so far. There's a workforce transformation which has happened or happening. We have all gone remote, work from anywhere, work remotely, work from home, hybrid working environment, and all of these things, they might look simple at the surface, but they are also changing the way we think as humans, the way we think as workforce. We, as always, we will try to align everything with the way we want to live and we want to work. And the third factor is, of course, technology. It will keep changing. It has always been changing. From like things like wearables or smart glasses. Something which Facebook launched a few weeks back. There are so many things which keep happening on a daily basis, and all of these would impact the learning function in some way or the other. And I think the last 2 years or so, they have shown us, or at least resulted in a very high business entropy. Everything is variable. Things happen fast. They happen without a notice. They're happening at scale. Sorry. And I think businesses do not really have time to prepare and plan, which is a huge difference from what it used to be. Now, this is a very important factor because everything we plan and do or design or define in the learning space, it has to align with this entropy. It has to be resilient, it has to be agile, it has to be quick, and it has to still meet the needs of the business. And as I mentioned earlier, I think learner behavior has changed, and I would say a whole lot of that is now irreversible. It will be difficult to say, okay, we will do everything in the classroom environment. It is not going to be possible. And that looks simple, but it brings in a whole new perspective to how do we even make sure that our workforce is skilled, they are able to learn new things. And I think all of these factors also have, kind of impacted one thing, which is there's a lot of unlearning which has to be done, has been happening. We have to relearn a few things, and we have to learn so many new things, right from digital literacy to working with people remotely, distributed workforce, collaboration, communication, to even softer factors. How do we remain mentally healthy, psychological safety? So all of these moving parts, they are impacting the way we learn and the way we can, as L&D professionals, contribute to that function. And that's it's not going to be an easy journey, but I think we are at the right point of the journey. Just started. We have learned a lot in the last few months, so I believe we are ready to for the next step. So just to kind of summarize, how is it changing? So one is there is an advent of learning experience. So, and as a solution provider, we have seen this very stark difference. From discussions happening from how do we manage training to how do we deliver experience to learners. It's a huge shift in paradigm. It's a huge shift in mindset of the people of the businesses, and that is started. That is already started.
Amit sir, we lost you for last 10 seconds, sir. I guess you got on mute.
How many we got at the end?
Okay, somebody put on mute. Okay, no problem.
Yeah. So last 10 seconds.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Okay. So I'll go back to where I was.
Yeah, sir, the last slide.
This one, okay. So I was talking about what do the learners want, and So I think in my view, what they're looking for is more control over their own learning. So they are looking for autonomy and flexibility, and they're looking for smart and relevant content. They're not looking for things which they do not need for their work. And also, if they want to look for something for their future aspirations, they should be able to find it very easy. And then they need to be able to craft their own learning journeys. And I think given the revolution in all other technologies where AI has become a part of the systems, learners are also expecting learning systems to be able to know about them. So they, when they log in, they need to be able to, they need a system to guide them. Okay, you have been doing these things, so I think you should do these things in future. So we are becoming used to the system suggesting us what to do. And even in the learning space, the same is going to happen. So they're looking at systems to guide them to be able to craft the best path for them. On the other hand, they also, I think, because of the time, because of the overwork, the fatigue, they're looking for less text and more audio video solutions. Micro learning has become really popular in the last few months. Learning nudges, performance support, and multiple things which enable that. And I think, as a summary, they're looking for learning in the flow of work. So they want to be able to figure out when they want to learn, and then demand that learning, and then they should be able to find that when they need that. It could be through content, through mentors or coaches or peer learning, collaborative learning, just casual communication with their team members. But they want to be able to stop when they need something, reach out to somebody or something, and then do their work when they have learned something or they have clarified something. And also, we are seeing a lot of increase in assistant bots for learning, where they can talk to the system and say, okay, I want this, and the system can make it happen for them. Of course, it is a long way, but this is a starting point. But what do they really need is where our L&D function comes in. While yes, the learning material and content and interventions access is important, but as L&D functions, we have to also keep in mind some important factors like mental well-being of the learners, psychological safety. So much of fatigue happening because of the time they put at work, or Zoom, screen, video, mobile work fatigue happening. Remote work burnout is a true thing now, is a real thing now. So we have to keep, so we just can't give a lot of things to learners to finish or complete. And, even though it is required, we have to still make sense of that and align that with the fatigue or this mental well-being. And I think the last and very important is the goal congruence. Today, the learner needs to understand, why am I doing this? Is it really required for me to go through these learning activities or programs? So it has to be. So they need to understand that, and I think the L&D role will be more strong, will be stronger in that sense that the between the business and the learning goals, there has to be congruence, and it has to be communicated to the learners very clearly. So I think just to kind of close and summarize, the future of learning is going to be about empowering learners to make their own learning decisions. This is very important, and it is a huge shift from how we used to manage training and learning earlier. The role of L&D, and as all of you would have seen in your businesses, suddenly L&D has become really prominent. It is the businesses are asking L&D to help them with the changing situations, and I think that is where L&D really is strong about, to align the learning, the workforce with the future and the business environment. So the role of L&D will be about promoting, encouraging, enabling learner autonomy. We have to keep working. How do we make the learners more autonomous? How do we give them the power of learning? How do we give them the right to learn? And how do we give them the authority and both responsibility of learning and defining their learning journeys? And the role of business and management will be to make sure that all of this is aligned with individual and business goals. And I think more importantly, it will be about a very clear, transparent, and true communication with the learners that this is why we are doing all of these things. So if all of these things fall in place, and they will, that is when the learning will actually become a very strong part of a performance of a business and individual, and also be if it is in the flow of work, it'll also be the right thing to do for learners. And so L&D's role will be about enabling all of this ecosystem. It is not going to be easy. There are so many paths, from technology to people to processes to the mindset, which is the biggest thing. But I think, given what we have seen in the past, almost 1.5 years. I think they're in the right space. The L&D teams have really, kind of come up and live up to the challenge. And we are seeing a huge shift in how they approach the whole learning function. So I believe we are in the right hands. And I'm happy to hear anybody else's thoughts and any questions if you have for me. But I wish all of us a great day today, and also all the best for their roles in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for listening to me. I hope it was a good 10 minutes spent for you.
You very much for opening remarks and setting up the context, Amit. So let's go ahead with our keynote session. And for the same, I would like to invite Mohit Kumar, Joint President HR, Center of Excellence, Learning and Talent for Hindalco Industries Limited. Mohit has more than 24 years of experience in different facets of human resources management in strongly HR-oriented organizations like Hindalco Industries, Idea Cellular, Aditya Birla Group, and currently he is responsible for HR Learning, Talent, OE, HO, and Sales HR for Hindalco Industries. Over to you, Mohit sir.
Thank you for the kind words. I hope my screen is visible now.
No, no, yes, sir.
Is it visible now?
No, not yet.
No, sir, we can't see your screen.
Just one second. Is it visible now?
Yes, it is visible now.
All right. So first, thank you so much, and it's great to be here with the fellow learning professional. It was great to hear Amit on the how he sees future of learning, and what appealed to me is that people are looking for now personalized experiences. Uh, so I have been a student of physics earlier, and before I moved on to studying metaphysics, that is a student of psychology and philosophy. And the question that is there in the minds of students of physics and metaphysics is that how was all this creation created, right? And the answer that we get in physics is that it was Big Bang, and that continues even now. That is the creation is expanding, and the knowledge in the creation is expanding every day, every moment. The second question which comes is why? Why? What was the need for this creation to happen? And that is where the question comes that that original potential from where the Big Bang started, he, whom we call God, he wanted to experience himself. So even God is learning, even we are learning every day, and that's where our role comes in as a learning management professionals. How do we manage the learning? How do we see the learning? So as a learner myself and as a learning practitioner, this is how I see the learning evolving every day. I see it as a Big Bang out accompanied by a Big Bang in. The Big Bang out is the explosion in the area of technology, in the area of digitalization, in the area of artificial intelligence, in the area of virtual reality. As Amit was talking about, that certain things pandemic has pushed us to adopt the irreversible changes. It's difficult to visualize a workplace or a learning culture, without technology, without the use of digital. But on the other hand, I also see the Big Bang in, that is a quest for inner awareness, the quest for resilience, the quest for empathy. And I see both the things going together. So let me take some more time on this slide. I have only one slide before we open it for some discussion. So Big Bang out, we are seeing that big data is the new oil, and everything is residing on this data, whether it be commerce, whether it be learning, whether it be the transformation, everything is happening through the use of data. digitalization. So whatever we are seeing this happening right now in this forum, that for this kind of a conference to happen, people who have traveled from all over, but now sitting at the comfort of the offices or a home, we're able to experience the thoughts and the exchange of thoughts through the digitalization. Artificial intelligence, what does individual want? Amit was mentioning about it is about personalized experience. So what does the individual want, and what is the what is that he's likely to look for next time? So that is what the artificial intelligence is able to help us. Machine learning, the machines are learning and telling us what more to look for. Social media, virtual reality, augmented reality, gamification. Shraddha was talking about multi-screen culture, that we are on WhatsApp also, we are on Facebook also, we are on laptop also, we are on mobile also. That's what is happening. Uh, High-speed, powerful search engines to make information and knowledge available at the drop of a click, actually, right? So that's what is happening in the big bang out, making things easier, but on the other hand, making things complex also. How do we handle the bombardment of so much of data, so much of information? What is really relevant for me, as Amit was talking about, right? The personalized learning, the personalized experience. What really is relevant to me? So if I look back when I started my journey in the corporate or in the say in the MBA, we used to go to libraries and study over there. All that is irrelevant now. My kids, they will go to Google and find out what they need actually. So much information is available. How to make sense of that, how to make sense of how to contextualize that, and how to use that in the context that we are in actually. So that is where the big bang in comes in. What is how mindful I am about, how aware I am about my own needs, how well I'm able to handle this explosion of data, how well I'm able to handle this speed of change as an individual human being, and how well do I maintain my holistic wellness in the whole game, be it at the emotional level, be it at the intellectual level, and be it at the spiritual level. Mindfulness is something that we are seeing happening, or we are seeing that more and more people are practicing, and these worlds are interconnected. For example, we had mindfulness sessions for around 18 weeks running across our organization. And in the earlier days, it will be somebody coming and talking about mindfulness, but thanks to technology, thanks to Big Bang Out, one person is speaking from somewhere in the world, and thousands of people can experience at same time. Thousands of people can experience it. Thousands of people can practice at same time. Meditation practices, whether it be mindfulness, whether it be heartfulness, or different kind of things. And pandemic pushed us in terms of exploring ourselves deeper. What exactly matters? What really matters? What really is meaningful? Also, while Big Bang Out is happening, there's a Big Bang In, which is happening parallelly. Self-awareness, purposeful. Whatever I'm doing in the Big Bang Out space, the digital learning, how does it make sense to me, or how does it make sense to the people who are coming in touch with me? Yeah. Theory U. Theory U is an interesting concept which people are across the world, and it is inspired by uh, our own Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, but being practiced in MITs by Otto Scharmer and Peter Senge. So theory is, in a nutshell, it is about that how do we make ourselves channel of the larger wisdom which is available and not come in the way of that larger wisdom to operate. NLP, how do we program ourselves to the success that we're looking forward to? Human process work, what is the impact of others on me, and what is the impact of me on the others? That's a science which is progressing every day. Mythology and storytelling. Mythology is full of the condensed wisdom, and we can see that use of more and more mythology, whether it be Greek mythology, whether it be Indian mythology, use of that in leadership development, in individual development, in coaching, all that we are seeing in terms of Big Bang in. And that is what is creating the high speed, high performance organization. So more we strengthen our inner core, that is the Big Bang in that is happening, the expansion of awareness and the knowledge within the inner space, the more we're able to leverage the Big Bang out meaningfully, the big data, the digitalization, the machine learning, the intelligence all around. So that's how I see the future of learning happening in tandem in a wonderful dance of Big Bang in and Big Bang out, the explosion of technology and also explosion of awareness and consciousness. That's in nutshell the way I see the future of learning happening. That's from my side, one slide, and I'm open to take up any questions or any comments, any observations, or to learn from anybody in this forum who has similar kind of thoughts and or a different kind of thoughts. Over to you, Ashi.
For the keynote session. If we have some questions, we can have it on in chat box, please.
No, sir. Your is ultimate guide.
So let's move ahead for an next session, and for the same,
Thank you so much. Pleasure being
I
over
would
here.
like to invite Ganesh.
Ultimate guide.
I would like to invite Mr. Ganesh Sethi, VP Customer Success, Upside LMS, giving a brief introduction about Mr. Ganesh. He has 17 plus years of experience in the industry, and he has handled different roles in the area of LMS implementations, delivery and operations, and learning outsourcing practices. He holds an MBA in IT and operations management from Xavier's Bangalore. Over to you, Ganesh sir.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Ganesh.
Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Ganesh Sethi, and I am from Upside LMS. I head the customer success and delivery and operations function for Upside LMS. There is a quick introduction already given. Just a quick chat about my, about my background. I've been working for now close to 18 years, being very closely associated to the L&D fraternity, and have had the opportunity of being associated with having learning technology implemented, platforms implemented, and being part of the learning technology transformational projects. So that's a little touch upon, about myself. So once again, thank you for having me here on this platform today, and giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts about the evolution of the learning management platforms. So so I have a quick PPT. If that can be shared, please, then we can start with that flow, and I can then share my thoughts about the experience that I have been able to earn specifically in the last 2 years of this pandemic. And I'll be able to share my thoughts, the significant areas that have been very noticeable ever since this new normal has started. Yeah. Cool. So we can move to the next screen. If I have to give a quick introduction of the topic, like I said, the keynote about this entire presentation today is to talk about the evolution of the learning management platforms in the in the post pandemic era. So if I have to talk about the pandemic has essentially changed almost everything we knew about the work earlier, right? But that's where the opportunity lies, is what I personally believe, and I'm sure that will be accepted to everyone. With most of the companies accepting to the hybrid model of working, the learning of the past years are likely to stay, on for much longer time. Now, this also means that the talent ecosystem is experiencing change like never before, and therefore organizations are increasingly feeling the need to upskill, reskill, make the learners unlearn and learn, the new practices of being more effective and efficient in this remote way of working. And based on this need, what we have also observed, the L&D and HR leaders are actually making significant investments in learning to ensure that employees are equipped with the capabilities and skills that are required to stay productive in the current digitized and automated world. So, and therefore, in such a setup, it is ideal to conclude that we need technology, we need learning platforms, we need digital platforms, which can essentially support this new normal and actually, give accessibility to users, opt the personalized way of the learning that they want. Now, I think that's a little background to what I wanted to touch upon, that what has changed after the pandemic and what was before, the pre-pandemic thing. Now, if we can just be on the agenda slide, please. So now, as we move ahead, my slide is essentially going to be talking about these four areas, which will be the nature of learning management platforms, which is essentially in the pre and the post-pandemic eras, and the pace of the evolution of the learning management platforms. The role of technology in the evolution of this era. Now, at the end, I would also like to touch upon the reporting needs, the tools, the types of reportings, that have actually been in practice, but how it has evolved and how it has changed. At the same time, how it has also helped organizations, learning leaders, business leaders to actually figure out that what has been the needle movement in terms of acquired and the required skills which the people are, people actually have. So if we now can move to the next slide, I'll just like to quickly touch upon our products. So Amit already introduced in the session that Upside LMS is a learning management platform, but I'd like to speak on that about our product. So we are essentially a leading learning technology provider, having a world-class learning management system that is called Upside LMS. We are backed by 17 plus years of rich experience, which has over 8 decades of leadership expertise, L&D feedback, very explicit use cases. Am I audible? I see messages coming in the group that there is no audio available. Am I audible? Can somebody please confirm? Sure, thank you. Okay, so starting back from where I left. So basically, we are a world-class learning management system having 17 plus years of experience, and we have so far touched upon 2.5 million users across the world. The platform essentially meets majority of learning needs, which are out of the box, and also have majorly monthly release cycles that essentially maintains and keeps the upgrades and the updates on track, which is one of the most important areas when you are essentially in a product business. Now coming to the next product, which is Plethora. It's basically our other solution that's a marketplace of curated content that is well equipped to train the future workforce and has been picked up from various famous course providers and libraries such as Harvard Management, Go1, Business Libraries, and few of them are also there, which are not part of the list I'm talking about right now. However, we do work with them and we do keep adding them on demand basis. We can come to slide number 6. I think introduction is already done. We can start with the slide number 6. Now, to begin understanding how accelerated the pace of learning management platforms have been, it is crucial it is actually crucial to understand how it was before the pandemic struck us. So in the new slides, let me take you through some of the observations or comparisons that I have been able to draw, or rather I have drawn based on my association of dealing with time, situations, various customers, different learners, situations. Yeah. So if we have to start with, I think the biggest question when we have a learning management platform in place or a learning management system in place was always the user experience and the adoption rates, right? But after the pandemic started, this actually suddenly, came out as one of the biggest point. And every learning, leader, every training manager, every training, person who was basically working remotely was focusing on just one thing: adoption. Now, I think that's a buzzword in the L&D and the HR space, right? Which is user experience and adoption. In the pre-COVID times, also, the need for a personalized user experience uh, wasn't much felt. I would say it was already there, but it wasn't much felt as it started after the pandemic started, and everyone went remote overnight. A mode that could actually guide users on defining their own learning paths. Amit also touched upon that. Now, the future is going to be that we have to, enable users. We have to, give opportunities to the learner so that they can design their own personalized learning journeys, right? So now, when you talk about adoption and preferences, I think this was the need, right? Now, basically the user experience. It was conventional so far. However, which is basically, if I have to summarize that, there was a set of group of administrators who were basically managing the learning management platforms and essentially ensuring that the mandatory and the choice-based, kind of trainings are given to the users. But now, with the hybrid workforce, there is a huge shift being observed in the way learning management platform, should be. Systems have actually made a shift from an LMS to auto recommendation engines. And that shift has been in a rocket speed. So what does the new age LMS do with an artificial intelligence engine? It's basically offering personalized learning to the users as soon as users they log into the systems, right? The portal or the LMS itself is offering users learnings which are very, very personalized in combination to the attributes of that users, right? Based on the past training patterns or certain tags in which trainings are residing in the LMS, right? Some trainings which the colleagues from different geographies, however, from different functions have taken. So this is the kind of shift that has happened, and the need to have platforms that automatically provides with trainings is being looked forward to. So if I would have to say, it's the system itself that is essentially creating the appetite for the users, and hence the elimination of the push approach until some extent. Because this had been also one of the problem areas wherein we had been speaking to people. I have been talking to training leaders that technology platforms, they do get installed, implemented, but then there is a lot of push approach which has to stay in picture. So now when we have these kind of options in place, wherein users are actually able to get options which are automatically recommended by the platforms on which they are, it makes it. So also uh, it's not just an auto recommendation engine or a learning management platform which is having artificial intelligence or certain algorithms placed in the backend which is essentially doing this auto feed of learning to the users. It's not alone enough. There is certainly an efficient content, right, which is also needed to keep the interest maintained and to avoid the decline in interest and hence the adoption. So I would say a successful mantra or a concept would be a good platform plus content which can actually get us better level of learner engagement and adoption. We can move to slide next slide. Where we can talk about demand of innovative learning solutions for higher engagement. So one unique situation that I'd like to share with everyone here is that we all would agree that IT industry already had a combination of the virtual and work from office before the pandemic as well. So when the pandemic started, it was comparatively easier for the IT organization to get acquainted or adapt to the new normal. However, sectors like automotive, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, I think these and couple of others also, they really found this to be very challenging for them to cope up, because for them essentially working in office is the only way to work. Now the answer was, now you couldn't work, you are all remotely stationed. Now how do we actually keep the learners engaged? The best thing is that if I am not able to work what I am supposed to do on my daily basis, I would certainly want my skills to get built up. And I think that was one of the intentions, or that was something which was then started across the, I would say, the sectors. Now, the answer was skilling their workforce while working from home. So allow me to explain how industries actually upskilled and reskilled their employees following simple engagement features, which was basically to add a fun element to their learning. Right now, the learning management systems that we have today, right, they are much equipped with something which is called as a module, which is a gamification module. Now, adding gamification to learning, making learning of fun, making it more engaging, showing badges, giving people opportunities to rate courses, put stars, having social and collaboration platforms wherein people can actually go and post their comments like we do on any social platform, which can actually buy traction and actually create interest of rest of the people also to actually get down to the system and see what people are saying and hence get engaged and start trainings. Certain concept like having redemption centers as well. Now, while we are making learning of fun, having gamification there to enhance the learning, the options have also been given to have redemption centers either out of the box or external redemption centers integrated, for instance, like Amazon, Flipkart, wherein someone, people who have done training with some flying colors, have earned badges, have scores, they can actually go there and redeem their vouchers. This actually gives them credit. That's the feedback which comes on the social and collaboration platform, wherein the entire organization's employees are. And that's how, the learning was, the learning actually started happening. The engagement started moving on. There were leaderboards which were actually showing that how a particular geography, location, business unit, a manager perhaps is looking in terms of learning when they had this option given to them. So in the other word, I would have to say that a lot of unique things which were already there before the pandemic. However, they were not very famously being used. But when the pandemic started, there was a huge need of having certain options available in the learning technology, learning technology platforms or the learning management systems that can actually engage users. So I think these features have really helped. Another point is basically how technology actually became a game changer. right? More than having learners engaged, right, which is through the conventional e-learning mechanism, which is basically to talk about having e-learnings or certain classroom trainings. When the pandemic started, right? So there was a need that through which we could have a similar concept like we are using right now, a platform through which virtual trainings can happen. Now I would not say that virtual platforms were not available as integrated part of the learning management systems earlier. However, there was a huge technical reservation that I personally, along with my technical teams in the past, have faced while we were trying to actually bring up a virtual platform on the LMS. Because as much as we give online learning, as much as we put engaging models, right, there is a certain amount and element of an instructor that can always not be eliminated, and hence there was a need to have the video conferencing platforms integrated to the LMSs, which was before pandemic a very big task. We used to spend hours and hours on speaking to the technical teams, and at the end we used to have a problem statement to resolve. But when the pandemic started, right, not only the LMS providers but rather the web conferencing tools providers also, they got super fast. Right? Everybody immediately realized that now this is going to be the only way of the new normal, and therefore we need to have the virtual platforms available in the best of its capacity, the best of its features, so that the virtual and the remote workforce can use that option. So there were APIs, the ready APIs that were created by the virtual platform providers, and in fact all the learning management providers also, not only us but rest of the LMS providers also in the market, actually picked up very faster on this concept. So now today what is happening is that whenever we are putting an LMS on, there is a pre-integrated virtual player available. You just have it installed and you start using it. So this has been one of the I would say the biggest game changer where technology has played a role in terms of promoting learning, supporting learning through the learning management platforms. And the pace of the evolution has been really great, because I have personally experienced it and witnessed it. So yeah, that's a great thing which everyone has done, right? So now coming to rest of the points. So if I have to do a quick deep dive into few factors, right, that essentially help support this paradigm shift. Firstly, it's the modality preferences of the trainings, right? There was a need for more visual content, right? With the onset with this. Now I think it's good if I talk about what has been the role of technology in this. If I can touch upon that, that will be good. I have already talked about it before, that technology itself has been evolving continuously in the LMS space. And with this pandemic, everything has been made very quicker and accessible on the fingertips. Essentially, the idea is to make an LMS a holistic ecosystem, which learners and L&D departments and organizations can look forward to. I think now I'm almost done with what I have to speak, but there are just few points which I would like to touch upon just at a bullet level, which is basically around the reporting part and few new requirements or few new needs that we came across. So micro learning nuggets, we've already talked about that. While we go while we go all virtual, lengthy trainings may not be very useful or very interest creating for everyone. So micro learning was very famously accepted mode of learning. Other than that, more than a conventional learning management system, there was a shift towards auto recommendation system, which is a learning experience kind of a platform that is auto recommending trainings to users based on a lot of attributes and criteria which are pre-fed in form of the algorithms. And as soon as a user comes on the platform, there is certain amount of recommendation happening, which actually creates interest and then people do it. A good thing which we came across, and I have personally spoken to a lot of people, was about assessments, which are regulatory assessments. If I have to talk about the aviation industry, or I have to talk about the BFSI sector as well, there was a great need of having a proctored assessment model in place, right? See, LMSs where assessments were having, there was a need of a proctored assessment, which was talked about. Mobile solutions played a significant role because people who never had the option to work from home, especially from the manufacturing, automobile, or the pharma sectors, right? For them, always office was the way to work. Mobile applications, mobile devices played a significant role in actually giving an easy and anytime access to the users. So I think these are few points, unique things that we came across. I personally came across. We spoke to people about. I thought if it is good to touch upon that. The last thing that I want to talk about is that reporting and its capabilities. Reporting has always been an important and incredible part of any learning management system, because eventually whatever we are doing, it eventually is coming out in form of the reporting, and the reporting is then being sent out to various people having different roles in different ways, right? Now, earlier I would say that very basic kind of reports which were available in the LMS as canned reports or offered reports were being used, right? When people were in office, they were designated administrators or managers across the organizations that were producing and fetching the reports and creating certain hypotheses out of it. But as we went remote and the more and more need of engagement and different type of learnings came into the picture, there was a definite and a certain need of having more meaningful, intelligent reporting system to be in place that can actually provide interactive dashboards, that can actually have auto schedulers, right, which can actually send reports to different people having different roles and data of their own hierarchy on. That should also have governance data in it, which is essentially talking about the compliances, which is talking about the transactional information of the system, the completeness, the performance improvement things. So there were scheduler services which were mostly which were in demand, that we want schedulers to be applied in the system, so that next morning when we are back to work, we want predefined reports having certain dashboards which gives us a holistic view, a landscape of what happened in the last month. So those kind of concepts were brought into the picture. And also what I have personally seen is that earlier earlier there was not a great traction or focus that was being paid on the training data that gets accumulated in the database of the LMS, because it's a very, very meaningful data which gets stored at the back end. If learning leaders, as HR leaders, if we want to identify and also put forward a report which basically talks about ROIs, right, of the trainings, then we need certain data to be produced and crunched or sliced and diced into a fashion which can actually talk about explicit numbers. But when we work with normal reporting, it is basically created to give us a certain amount of information. That said, coming back to the point which I wanted to highlight was that there was a great need felt by a lot of training leaders, a lot of training professionals to use the stored learning data of LMS and feed them into the business intelligence tools, right? Like Power BI or Dev Express, or some other famous BI tools which can actually consume the data from the database where it is stored, and then can actually create a lot of specs which can give great inferences and eye-opening insights. and can actually help and provide meaningful data for everyone to ensure that, yes, the investments that have been made in training and on users, there is a good and a fast ROI that can be achieved on that. I think that will be all from my side. I think I've spoken adequately. Now it's if there are any questions that somebody would want to pop up, I am very happy to welcome them and answer them.
Thank you very much for this insightful session, Ganesh. We have some questions in the chat box, so request you to please take this.
Sure.
Can we have practical use of LMS? It is posted by Mr. Peerwala Hussain Garli, sir.
Can we have the practical use
Use
of the
of
LMS?
LMS.
So I think then I would need a little more detail on this question that what is being asked. That are we looking forward to certain specific answer in terms of practicality and usage of the LMS, or is there a specific question that is there and not mentioned?
And we have one more question in the chat box. That is, what is a good tool for interactive learning KPIs reporting by Amrita Chaudhary?
Sure, it's a good question, and this is what I was talking about. A good tool, a tool again varies, like I was touching upon. It depends on the quantum of the information we want to, quantum of the data we want to process, and the type of the information and the hypothesis that we want to produce out of that. So tools can be chosen based on that, but I can certainly imagine why this question is coming across. The question is essentially related to the BI tools itself, right? That what kind of business intelligence or business intelligence tools that can be there, which can actually use the training data and can provide. So I would say that Power BI is a good option, right? There are other there are other tools also, because one more thing I'd like to talk about. While we say that there is a possibility of the training data getting integrated with business intelligence tools was felt, but this is a very technical work that has to be done, right? So this may not be done by a very non-technical person. So we need technical expertise in that. But yes, certainly Power BI is a good option that can be used. All right, Amrita is saying that she is also going to touch upon this in our next presentation. So if I have not been able to tell something, then we'll be able to see from there. Chetna is saying that. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for addressing these questions. And we have one more question that is about gamification. Can you help us with some more examples on it, Ganesh?
Sure, I can certainly. So gamification is so the reason what I mentioned, right? When all went remote and there was no FaceTime left, we needed creative ideas of engaging the learners, and thereby we said that gamification played a crucial and a great role. Now, what gamification is basically all about? Gamification is a module or a feature of the LMS that essentially provides users with an option to earn badges, earn scores, earn points that can be eventually redeemed through certain redemption centers, right? So how this works in an LMS is basically that there is a kind of a leaderboard, right? We create a leaderboard. We can run competitions across departments, across managers, across various bands or designations, so that it becomes gamified learning experience. B, it is fun. 3, it also gets competitive. Now, when we have these 3 elements in place, the fourth is that it actually creates traction, it builds up interest of rest of the people, right? So, and hence the elimination of the push approach until certain extent, because this has been a very, very famous and an old problem statement of the L&D space, that uh, despite having the best of the LMS platforms implemented and best of the contents having, the adoption has been an issue. I think this is the mode or the way through which engagement and adoption can be increased, if that has added some inputs to the question.
Thank you so much, Ganesha, for taking all questions. And we have some more questions. You can address it in the chat box, please.
Sure.
So let's move ahead to the next session. For the same, I would like to invite Chetna Munshi, Global L&D Head, D&I and Transformation for Ericsson, a strategic thinker with an entrepreneurial bent of mind, offering 20 plus years of experience in sterling learning and development, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and other transformation projects. She has achieved RIO and operational goals. Currently associated with Ericsson Global India as DEI Learning Lead globally. Over to you, Chetna.
Thanks a lot, and hi everybody. Please confirm if you're able to see the slides and you can hear me properly.
Chetna, your
Somebody will
voice
have to
is
unmute.
audible, but we cannot see your screen.
Okay. Again, share it. Is this better? Can you see the screen now?
No, still it is not showing. It's showing a black
From my
blanket.
side, it is showing. Says presenting. Let me try one last time. Any luck? Can you see the slides?
No, Chetna, ma'am. We cannot.
So maybe then I'll request you to share the slides.
Yes, yes, we'll do it for you.
Okay.
Come on, we can start.
Can you put it in the presentation mode? Yeah, I can see it now. Can you? Is this in the presentation mode?
Yes.
Slideshow mode or okay? Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the session. I will be talking about the future of L&D and specifically touching upon digital transformation in a little bit more detail. The way probably I'll go about it is that the first maybe 15 minutes or so, I'll walk you through, what is it that is, been happening around the different organizations in the space of digital transformation. And then since I represent Ericsson, I can also talk you with some details around what are we doing practically with respect to digital transformation, so that hopefully should give you an insight into not only the theoretical aspect of what is digital transformation, because I believe most of the people attending the webinar today will be practitioners, and how is it being done, implemented, what are the kind of challenges, what is the kind of best practices that probably we could look at is something that I think would be relevant, and I will be maybe focusing most of my presentation around that. And the last maybe 5 minutes or so, I would take a pause and take any questions that you might have, after the session. So that's the flow that I would be going ahead with. So to start with, let's even understand the very basic of digital transformation. I think everybody who is today, particularly in the last 1.5 years, been associated with learning field, uh, digital transformation has been a game changer. Not that it wasn't there earlier, but the pace of adoption, the pace at which people have accepted it because of the pandemic or because of the other modes of physical face-to-face learning that were a little limited, helped to push the cause of digital transformation big time. So digital transformation is where we are using the technology, whether it is to create something new or to modify anything which could be a business process, which could be a customer experience. And at the base of it or at the heart of it is the culture. So cultural transformation is a core to make a successful digital transformation. So that's where digital transformation actually has been happening. But as I said, in the last 1.5 to 2 years, we have seen a much higher and a much rapid pace at which this has happened. So if you move on to the next slide, let's kind of look at what is the world saying with respect to L&D, with respect to what's the opportunity that we see for L&D. And here you see that more than 90% of the CEOs unanimously believe that their company is facing a disruptive change due to the new technologies that are emerging probably every few weeks. And because of these new technologies that they are encountering, there is a huge gap, almost a 90% gap again, in terms of the skill, because obviously if the new technologies emerging, the skill set also would need to be aligned to work with those new skill sets. So whatever was relevant earlier with the earlier technology may or may not be relevant with the new technology. So that is something which most of the leaders acknowledge. And at the same time, less than 50% of the stakeholders who have been polled here acknowledge the fact that we may not always have all the answers to how do we do that. Now that we know we have a need, now that we know there is a skill gap, but what are some of the things we need to be doing? Need to be doing maybe differently, need to be doing maybe more innovatively, so that we are able to address this high demand that is emerging on an ever changing basis. And of course, this is a very well-known fact, at least in the learning community, that more than 50% of the employees who are currently working in any organization would be needing some kind of reskilling or upskilling as as fast as 2022, which means there is always a huge demand. And I'm sure all of you who are attending this webinar, they would be seeing and living this reality every single day. There would be a huge demand for doing some reskilling, doing some upskilling on a continuous basis, right? And I'm going to let you read the rest of the slide. But where I would like to maybe focus on is on the right-hand side, where we are saying that having said all this, 2 to 5 years is the shelf life of any new skill, which means what is relevant today and hugely in demand today may or may not be even a requirement after 5 years. And we've seen examples like AI, since I am in Ericsson and we deal with technology, particularly in the telecom and the IT space. So I will probably give a little bit more examples around the technologies. For example, 5G, 4G has been in demand for a while in our telecom space, maybe for last 3 years or so. But now we are already seeing shift in some of these focus areas within 5G itself, within IoT maybe. So it's not that 5G is completely going out of vogue, but what kind of focus you need, what kind of details you need to cover in a particular skill is ever evolving, right? And which means that whatever was being used as a best practice earlier, whatever was being used as a framework earlier, with new realities coming to the fore, many would require a relook, which means from an L&D standpoint, you have to keep relooking, realigning, and readjusting so that the new realities you are conversant with, you are able to respond to it, and as well as you are able to meet whatever is the expectation from the business so that you don't become irrelevant. Because in my 20, 25 years almost of the career, what I see as the biggest danger for L&D as a community is becoming irrelevant. And with technology coming to our assistance, while the technology gives us all the tools and flexibility and convenience, it also poses a big threat that it makes a lot of what we have been doing as traditional L&D maybe redundant, because what we have been doing was not so much using that amount of technology, whether it is AI, whether it is VR, AR, and the other technology like artificial intelligence or virtual reality or augmented reality and some other fancy tools that we have been talking about. This also means that for L&D, it's definitely a time to relook and evaluate what is it that we as an L&D community need to reskill and upskill ourselves. It's not the reskilling and upskilling just of the employees that come to us with a training request. It's also that, do we have the wherewithal? Do we have the basic information, technology information, and the skill set that we can respond to them with the right amount of focus and right amount of rigor? That to a lot will also depend upon how much are we ourselves upskilling for it. And some of that I'll talk about in the coming slides here. If you can move to the next slide, please. And here is what we try doing in Ericsson. Now, those are the realities that we spoke about, where in Ericsson, and I'll again touch upon some of the things here, we believe that learning has to be engaging. Learning has to be flexible. The learning environment in which we are working has to have digital tools and systems where everybody in the organization is able to collaborate, is able to bring together different solutions, and at the same time, with a focus of adding value to the organization. And at the same time, while that is happening, every individual who is coming for learning, they are coming with two different objectives. One is, of course, how can that new skill set add value to their current role or the future role? But at the same time, how does the new skill help them to grow personally? Because at the end of the day, we are all there to uplift ourselves also from a skill set point of view. So I strongly believe that every learning ecosystem that we are a part of, these are some of the basic ingredients we need to be aware about. Are we engaging? Is our framework of how we are engaging with our organization and our employees flexible? Are we able to give them the kind of experience which they cherish? Are we able to provide them some kind of a growth in their career, and are they adding value to the role that they are performing, whether it is current or the future? That is something which I think all of us in L&D need to be constantly asking ourselves and re-evaluating if that is a gap that we find somewhere, and recalibrate, pivot ourselves to meet that requirement. Otherwise, people will not find much value in what we are trying to offer here. Yeah. Can you please move on? So this is something, knowing these are the three basic tenets on which learning is being looked at in the L&D. One is, how do we make learning easy? Something that I have, I always find it may be very simple. It may sound very obvious, but in my experience, the more you focus on it, the better off you are as an organization and as L&D team, because what may seem very simple when you start executing it, it's not as simple because things with a lot of technologies, with a lot of other things do become complicated. So it is very, very important for us to see that we are ensuring that things become simple and easy for people to look at. And how do we make learning as a habit? Habit means something which people subconsciously go to, refer to, look at, evaluate, reach out, because that is something which is constantly and continuously becoming a part of what they do on an everyday basis when they come to work. And having said that, one of the most critical thing, and I think the anchor around which we have to have all our conversations, is that are we able to have a learning that is giving growth, profit to the organization? So how does learning tie up with your business goals? How does learning help in driving a profitable growth for the organization that you are a part of? And there, what we have tried to do is break it down into various smaller initiatives and map them. Where does each of the initiative help? So what initiative goes towards making the learning easy? What initiative can we take to make a learning as a cultural, fulcrum? And then what is it that we are doing in this space to drive the profitable growth? So this is kind of just an illustration of what we are doing today to meet these three requirements of the three objectives that we have set for ourselves for 21 and 22. If you can move on, please. Again, some of these things probably I've already spoken about slightly in my earlier slides, but just to kind of recap, is that these are some of the guiding principles, and this should be maybe, in my opinion, applicable and relevant irrespective of what domain or area you are a part of, whether you are a part of fintech, you are part of retail, manufacturing, or any other or high-tech organization. One is one size fits all, may not be an approach any longer relevant. So today, every learner that is coming to you expects something which is relevant for him or her. What is required for his or her needs? Is there something available around that? Is what they are keen to know. You have to, rather than be prescriptive in what they should be learning, how they should be learning, you have to first understand what is it that they want to achieve? What is the objective with which they want to come and do a learning? And is the learning recommendation revolving around it? My earlier colleague Ganesh, he spoke about the learning experience platforms. We in Ericsson are using one such platform called Degreed. So there a lot of information about the learner's behavior, the role that they are currently into, what are their future goals, what are their aspirations. They are mapped to, each learner that is logged into the system. And the recommendations that the system gives basis the AI algorithms, they are centered around all these things. What are their goals? What is their current role? What are they wanting to do? Why are they wanting to do that? And what are the recommended courses which might be of interest to them, which tie up with all these objectives, right? And as I said, it's all about what are the kind of experiences you are able to create. I think everything these days, whether it is Amazon, whether it is Netflix, and the same applies to the way we work, it's a lot of focus around what's the kind of experience you are able to give them. Experience that helps them in their growth, experience that they like seeing, that they are seeing, which is nurturing their growth mindset, that is having an impact on the kind of work that they would like to do in terms of the impact that they are creating, and so on and so forth, right? And in all this, we are also looking at some things which has to be done proactively rather than responding to a request, right? So again, lot to mull on, but in the interest of time, I'll move on. I'm sure UBS will be happy to share the slides, so you can probably go through them in detail a little later on as well. Now, having said all this, let's start understanding how do we do it. All that is good to know. We've heard we need to personalize, we've heard we need to do all that. But what very few people will probably touch upon, and which might be of interest to this audience here, is how do we do it? How do we create a digital learning ecosystem? Now, I've tried to keep it simple, and I have basically come up with 4 different tenets, which I swear by. And those are, you have to have connected users and content. Gone are the days when you worked in isolation. This is a time where everybody in the organization learns, not just from the learning team or the learning leaders, but they learn from each other. They learn from what is happening around them. So that is only possible if you give them an ecosystem, you give them an environment where they have the opportunity to connect between themselves. They have the opportunity to look at different content which they can share, which they can evaluate, which they can recommend to their peers, because that is the learning which they would probably value more than what somebody in learning team has recommended to them. That's the first one. The second one here, if you can move on, is the micro content. Again, my earlier speaker again touched upon it, is nobody today has the time, bandwidth, or value. They don't see value in what, they don't have the time to sit to do these sessions for hours together, for days together. I remember when I started my career, it was absolutely okay to have a training done for a couple of days or even couple of weeks. Today, even to get somebody for a few hours a day and get their attention for that time is becoming a challenge. So the only way we can do it is having micro content, but that content which is absolutely relevant to what I need right now. So it has to be curated to meet my requirements, my needs, my objectives. And to do that, you have to have a very smart backend delivery system, whether it is the LMS, whether it is the LXP, whatever system that you have. How do you use that system to ensure that it is able to deliver to those needs that we have just highlighted? So that to me is again something critical. And last but not the least is, how do you know what you are doing is working or not working? And that is where smart analytics come into the picture. I personally am a big believer of working a lot with numbers. Now, I know a lot of us, particularly in the learning team, feel that analytics is something learning team does not really need to bother much. But in my experience, I have seen that, and I think this is something which more and more people are realizing in the last couple of years, that if you know what your numbers look like, it's more like a diagnostic. It tells you that whatever you tried to do, whatever you had a roadmap, where are you vis-a-vis that? What is the kind of changes that you need to make in your roadmap? What is it that are working and hence you need to continue doing? What is it that is not working? You need to redo, reevaluate, modify, recalibrate. All those things you can only find out by having smart analytics at your fingertips. Every organization has these analytics, tools and options available, starting with the basic Excel. How much are we even looking at it is a question we all need to ask ourselves. And again, continuing on that, again, as I said, I am a strong believer of go to the basics. Keep it simple, simplify everything, see an opportunity, identify where is it and what is it that you can automate. And then once you've done that, review and adapt what is not working, what is the changed reality, and then, recalibrate and readjust whatever is required to be done. And I've given some examples there and why is it that we should be looking at it. But at the base of it, whether you do simplification, you do automation, you do whatever, at the base of it has to be a learning ecosystem that allows you to innovate, that allows you to be flexible, and that is available to everybody who needs the access to that 24/7, because gone are the days when we only do learning in 9 to 5 because that's my office timings. Nobody works that way these days. So there has to be a learning system which makes it flexible, innovative, and available, whatever is the demand of the organization at that point in time. So that's what I feel is something which is important. I know there are some questions being asked. I'll very shortly, in another maybe 2 minutes, wrap up and we'll come to the questions right away. Just the next slide. Yeah, maybe I'll skip this slide quickly. It's just an example of how do we do it. And maybe, as I said, when you get the deck, probably you will see it together. And to me, simplification and automation are two sides of the same coin. If you have to simplify, you have to automate. What you automate, you first have to simplify. It's like one follows the other. So one without the other can be done, but may not be very impactful, may not be very effective. So in my opinion, do them together. First simplify and then automate, and probably the kind of results you will get will be much, much more impactful than doing it individually or not doing it. If you move on. The next slide, please. The next slide. Yeah. Amrita, I remember your question in the earlier one. We talked about some of the learning KPIs. While I'm not going to touch upon the tool here because my colleague earlier has touched upon tools. And frankly, I feel if you know what you need, tool becomes just an enabler for you, right? I've just given a sample of the live analytics that we use in Ericsson. Of course, some of these numbers, particularly the financials, I have deleted or I've kind of hidden them. But this kind of gives you an idea of what are we looking at or what do we normally report. Nishant is saying that he can't see the slides. Is that only for Nishant? Are the others able to see the slides?
We can see the slide, Chetan.
Okay. So maybe Nishant, you need to look at it in your system maybe. So these are some of the things that we are doing. What's and I spoke about learning experience here. We touch upon learning experience here. Courses completion. What's the simplification that we have done? What's the kind of focus on certification? What is the different content that has been used? Because it gives us a good idea as to what is being used, what is not being used, and what is not being used. We need to get into why is it not being used? Is an experience that is a problem? Is it the cost which is becoming an issue because of which people are not accessing it? Is it the platform which is creating a problem or a technology which is creating a problem? So as I said earlier, analytics gives you a good diagnostic to start with. And with that diagnostic, you can then take corrective actions and modify your approach and see what is it that you should be doing more, what is it that you should continue doing, and what is it that you probably need to slow down or stop because some things may not be working or may not be even relevant now. And if you move on, I think this was the last slide. Yes, and with this, I kind of end my presentation and happy to take questions. I don't know how much time I have, but if I have a few minutes, More than happy to take a few questions from anybody who wants to.
Thank you so much for your time and presentation, Chetna. You can take the questions for 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Any questions, please? Please unmute and ask the questions.
Attendees, please feel free to put your questions in the chat box or else raise your use hand raise option and unmute yourself and feel free to drop the questions.
Okay, so maybe we can take the questions later on if there are any later. You can put them in the chat or you can reach out to me on my email or LinkedIn, whichever way. I will be happy to take the questions or any suggestions here.
Thank you so much, Chetna, for
Thanks,
your time.
everybody.
So let's move ahead to our next session. And for the same, I would like to invite Dr. Ashish Arora, HR strategist, entrepreneur, Firewalker founder, and managing director for HR NXC Private Limited and Mentoria Private Limited. A quick brief introduction. Ashish is the founder and managing director for HRNXI, a strategic human capital consulting organization with 30 years of experience in HR, BPR, sales, running PNL, and leading large scale transformational projects for family run businesses in the SME segment. His experience span across diverse industries ranging from logistics to robotics, manufacturing to IT, real estate to top pharmaceuticals, gem and jewelry to FMCG, and service to retail. Over to you, Ashish sir.
Thank you so much, Ashish. Hi, good morning, guys. I hope you're having a good time so far, learning lots about digital L&D. I know almost all of you would have experienced that in the last 18 months for sure, if not prior to that. Let me just get to my presentation quickly. Which one? Just a second, guys. In the world of technology, screen share. Just give me a second, guys. Let me just fix this technology.
Ashish sir, please allow me a moment. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are you able to see my slides? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes, now we can see your screen, sir.
All right. So quickly, in the interest of time, I know that we are running a little behind time. Since morning, most of you must have been listening about the digital piece of L&D, and just prior to this, we had a very interesting presentation by Chetna on the digital learning, where she talked about creating a digital learning ecosystem. And I really love the statement that she made, which is innovative, flexible, and available. This session is going to be very different. It is nothing about digital. It is about something very, very different, something much more, something to connect with your inner self. This is something that we at HR and XC have been working on for the last about a year or maybe more. Right? And in fact, we did a very interesting research in collaboration with FICCI, which I'm going to share maybe some part of the data with you, although we did publish the data earlier this year when we did the research. Well, before I begin, let me just, I'm sure a lot of you would have seen some of these headlines in the last 15, 17 months of the pandemic, right? And all of you must have been wondering as to what's going on, particularly when we started with the first phase of pandemic. The lockdown happened and all the mental health crisis, mental well-being started beginning to trouble all of us L&D professionals. The lockdown, the mental illness, the rise of well-being, India lockdown, the biggest in the world, and so on and so forth. Enough and more of these headlines that we all saw. Some were bothered, some were not, some just moved on in life. But it did impact the working professionals and even the non-working professionals. When we look at the impact of COVID, and with a lot of research around the world, not that I'm getting into who published what, because there are all kinds of data available, but some of the data that came by was 33% of world population. There's been a rise in depression and anxiety. When we look closer to India, the Hindustan Times, July 2020, post the first phase of pandemic, published that 43% of Indians are suffering from depression from the time the pandemic started in March 2020. Looked at another research, Hindu Business Line, talked later in the year, post the first pandemic or first lockdown was over, or first phase was over, 74% Indians are stressed, and so on and so forth, enough and more data. WHO published data recently, just a few months back, talking about it, how suicide. Okay, I thought, sorry guys, somebody told me the slides are not moving.
So request you to just put it on the full screen and have it.
Did that. I just did that. Okay, let me just go back. Do you see my slide moving, people?
No, not yet.
No, not yet. Okay, but can you see the slides, please? Hello?
Yes, you can go ahead.
All right, all right. Okay, so in the world of digital, we still do have some stresses on the digital side. All right, so I'm going to move on. This is the impact of COVID-19 that happened. The WHO talked about the suicide, how there's a leading cause of death. And not only in the teens, but also across all ages. The top causes of stress that the research talked about was job or economic security, relationships and marriage, career choices, health concerns. Percentages are all there. And some of the things which particularly in the last few years, and since we're talking about digital, I must mention that some of the social media challenges, right, has been adding fuel to the fire. All right, self-promotion, cyberbullying, all kind of fears, a lot of information being shared, which is relevant, not relevant, that increasing psychological distress, and so on and so forth. People spend more time on their phones than they spend time with their loved ones and their family, and so on and so forth. Right, so obviously all that is causing lots of social discomfort, social issues, relationship issues, and whatnot. When we did the survey that I talked about, which was called CARE survey, which was in collaboration with FICCI, some of the questions we were asking, and we had almost 31,000 people participate in the survey across the country. It was done through various corporates because we were doing it in collaboration with FICCI. In the question we were asking were, are you concerned about your health and fitness? Or are you worried and anxious about COVID-19 situations? Are you facing work-life balance issues? Are you worried about your job and income security? Things that people were going through during the 2020-21 early. right? And look at some of the answers, and you see the dark greens and the light greens. Concerned about health and fitness, yes, lots of people were concerned about health and fitness and the issues related to COVID. Worried about or anxious about COVID-19, yes, there were about 30-40% people anxious about COVID-19 situations. Work-life balance issues, because as people have been talking about that, how since the work moved at home, so there is just no home. You were actually working 24/7 almost, right? So there were the work-life balance issues, and obviously there were job losses. People were given pink slips particularly in the first phase of the pandemic. So therefore, or a salary cut happened. Therefore, people are worried about job and income security. So all this is said and done. We all have gone through enough and more of this, right? What we also saw the rise of various well-being initiatives done by various organizations, like wellness sessions, webinars on emotional intelligence, tie-up with nutritionists, all kind of things were happening online, virtual chai breaks and virtual lunch breaks and whatnot. Or things like employee assistance and engagement programs, wherein companies looked at employee value proposition. How do we go beyond just the employee and help families, virtual town halls and whatnot. Also, some additional benefits from flexible working hours to increase health cover because of the pandemic, daycare, extra leaves, paid leaves, and so on. So what are happening? Right, and obviously, all the companies set up, they help desk 24/7 help desk and so on and so forth. We also saw something very interesting: companies reaching beyond just the employees and helping companies like some of the progressive companies like Larsen and Toubro, Britannia, ITC, Aditya Birla, UPL, Mahindra Brothers, and so on and so forth. By going beyond and saying, can we also reach out to not only just employees, but employees' family and children, and sponsoring career guidance or various parenting wellness workshops on things like over topics like pandemic parenting, technology addiction, exam stress management, and so on and so forth, and collaboration with organizations like Mentoria. So we saw various kinds of initiatives from a well-being perspective in the last year and a half or so. Right? The question that we need to ask, gents and ladies here, is that what does overall mental health of our organization really currently look like? And I'm sure all of us are asking that question and figuring out an answer, right? Just by skilling, just by digitizing, just by making sure that people are doing micro content, micro learning, and thinking that the people can learn at their own pace, it may not be just sufficient. What should we be doing as L&D professionals to keep it strong, the entire mental well-being of our organization? Because people in our organizations need support much more than ever before. They need assurance and guidance during these times. We don't know when the phase 3 will or wave 3 will happen. We all talks of Delta 3 and Delta 4 and Delta, all kind of Deltas happening. But these are uncertain times, and it will continue to be like this, right? And therefore, the need of L&D professionals reaching out to people, reaching out, not just L&D, HR professionals reaching out and making sure that we are helping people figure out what they want to do, who they are, and therefore we call it that how do we help people relearn what the purpose of life is. So it's been about a year that we have been researching this, working on this from HRNC perspective. A large section of my team has been working and talking to a lot of organizations, a lot of senior HR and L&D professionals, a lot of individuals who have been working in organizations. And basis that, we figured out that we need to go a little more deeper rather than the standard whether it's the skilling program, competency program, or functional program. We need to go much more deeper in there. And therefore, we have come out, and this is I'm glad to say that this is really unveiling. This is the first time we are actually officially publicly presenting this entire program, which will be called as Purpose, which essentially is about how do we discover and relearn our purpose. And purpose is an acronym. The question that we ask is that that do you really need a purposeful life? Right, and I'm quite sure most of the learned people here would say, of course we need. Why not? We are sick and tired of getting up in the morning, rushing to office, or getting into our laptop or whatever mobile phones for our virtual calls, working through the day, and then we don't know what time the day is ending. We want to know what's going on in life, who we are, what do we want to do, find our right calling, and find the inner purpose, and then and be aligned with that. So therefore, this entire journey essentially is a journey from the outside to the inside, which is like an onion where you peel layer by layer to get to the inner core. So this is the connect to the inner core. It's also a deep dive into our upbringing, into our belief system, into our values, as to who we are really, because we are essentially a bundle of what our life experiences have made us to be. So really, and very often, we are so stuck in the daily rut of life that we never get to the core of us. So this really is going to the core of us. This entire program is really going to get into the core of us. Obviously, the question that everybody asks is, why is it important? Because there's enough and more research, enough and more data and science that has shown that people who find their purpose, who are connected with themselves at deeper level, are more are they live longer, they're more happier, probably more wealthier, and obviously live much more healthier life. And therefore, that's how it impacts the organization. How does the purpose reflect for anybody? It reflects through the relationship that you have with people, the way you work with friends, the family, your own work, your own self, the stability that you have in life, and how do you really connect with yourself as a human being, right? So this is really an overview of purpose. I'm going to, in the next 5-7 minutes, take you through how the acronym PUR, really stands out. Oh, we just switch this. Oh, okay. So this is how the acronym has been built. Each alphabet of purpose stands for something, right? P stands for physical purpose, and most of the words will speak for themselves, which essentially is finding the purpose, finding your, understanding your health, understanding your physical well-being, understanding your nutrition, and whatnot. U stand for unique purpose, it's understanding who we are, what is the unique self, what am I really made up of, right? What is, and I'll take you through that one by one. R stands for relational purpose, which essentially is how do I build relationships with my ecosystem, whether it's family, whether it's workplace, whether it's friends, whether it's whomsoever that I work with. How do I build the relation purpose? Psychological purpose stands for understanding your cognitive ability and connecting with your psychological self. Occupational purpose stands, as the word says itself, connecting with your organization purpose, the place of work, whether you're self-employed, working for some place, right, or whatever you're doing, right? Essentially, what's your occupational purpose really? Are you really finding your true calling, and are you able to connect with your occupation well? The spiritual purpose is about finding your inner self, which is about your belief system, your spiritual system, whatever it might be, right? And the economic purpose is finding your economic purpose as to what kind of wealth you want, what kind of economic security you want, right? That's how typically the entire purpose has been built up. Essentially, so if you look at that, it's a journey into a self-knowledge or a self-discovery, whatever you want to call it as, unleashing and igniting our real purpose as to what we really are and what we really want to do, and connecting with your core, right? Whatever you're doing in life. That's how the entire program has been built. Right. Just to very quickly take you guys through the module by module, what it really means. So module 1 is introduction, where you essentially, and it's a very a workbook, a self-introspection, self-discovery kind of intervention, where you really sit by yourself, do introspection, read through yourself, talk to your peers, talk to your colleagues, talk to your family, and figure out what you really want to do. So essentially figuring out what is your purpose, are you being a purposeful being, is your mind and body in sync, and then obviously take charge to achieve your purpose in life. So that's the first session typically, where we've got two different ways of methodology of presenting this purpose when people want to attend, and I'll talk about that in a while. But essentially, it's about introduction to purpose, session 1, and then we start with each alphabet, which is the acronym purpose, right? So figuring out what my physical purpose is. So therefore, some of the takeaways in this is about, am I living a holistic life, a positive and a proactive attitude toward fitness and diet, lowered risk of, to do that, it's a lower risk of chronic conditions, because we hear of all kinds of issues, people at 35, 40 having heart attacks and dying. We've had several cases in the last in the last year or so. We've heard about that. How do we make sure that we are living a purposeful physical life, so that there's improved mood energy, high sense of energy? A lot of us feel by 6 o'clock, 6:30, we start feeling down in energy, and we want to just kind of close and rest. But is there a way you can really work on your physical self and physical being, that you're always up and high in energy? How do you decrease your stress, and therefore a positive impact on mental health as well? So therefore, exercise, things like yoga, things like nutrition, things like preventive care, things like how do we sleep, not 8 hours, the typically prescribed 8 hours, but adequate sleep, and adequate could be different for different people, right? So that's the physical purpose, really. That's the session 2. Our session 3, which is the unique purpose, really highlights on understanding yourself, your own beliefs, your own values, your own behaviors and traits, right? And applying a growth mindset rather than a fixated mindset to bring out the uniqueness inside. Essentially finding out, who am I, rather than being apes and monkeys and trying to figure out, because this is how my family wants, this is how my boss wants me to live, or this is how my society wants me to live. Figuring out who you are. So I always say, will the real you get up or wake up, right? Figuring out who the real you are. And therefore, some of the key takeaways of this session would be increased self-awareness based on identification of strength and development areas, right? Directed focus on creative and intellectually stimulating activities. Essentially, it's more outcome-driven, figuring out the unique identity that all of us made of. So that's our module 3 in this. The module 4 is relational purpose. This is a rather simpler one to understand, but very difficult to live. The entire highlight of this session is essentially how do we build trust, develop respect, enhance affection, and reduce conflict in our personal relationship, whether with a spouse, family, friends, organization, all across, wherever we are. And we are, all of us are, nomad and essentially live in a society which is, which is obviously people all around. We are not individualistic. I will live with people. So the key takeaways of this session will be essentially how do I build stronger, meaningful, and mutually beneficial relationships? How do I enhance communication, establish boundaries with people? How do I recognize what are some of the red flags and learn how do I end or rebuild if there are relationships which are getting toxic, right? So that's essentially the relational purpose. Our session 5 on this is psychological purpose, which essentially, as I said, is about understanding your own deep self, your own personality and traits, right? Learn how to be resilient in all kinds of situations and be agile, right? Whether it's crisis situation or tough situation, how do I really manage myself, right? A lot of people talk about mindfulness. So it is about mindfulness. It is about understanding your own emotional intelligence, right? And flow state of to regulate emotions and tackle all kind of tasks with a very focused approach. Some of the takeaways of psychological purpose would be like becoming adept at handling tough situation, adoption of effective strategies to reduce stress level, improving self-worth, obviously, and obviously adaptability, agility in all kinds of situations. That's our module 5. Our module 6 in this entire intervention is going to be occupational purpose, which is about work life. Essentially, I'm sure all of you understand Maslow's hierarchy. How do I really get to self-actualization if I really want to get there, of course, right? And discover what are the workplace motivators, what are the derailers at the workplace, and how do I really work around them, right? With my colleagues, with my manager, with my team members, essentially making sure that I'm a happy, person at the workplace as well, whatever workplace I choose to be, and therefore master various tools. How do I boost my productivity, efficiency at workplace? Some of the key takeaways for occupational purpose: recognizing our behavioral patterns, our stressors at workplace, and leveraging what are the motivators and how do I make workplace better, my work life better. And I'm not a big propagator personally of work-life balance because I don't practice that much, unfortunately. But essentially, those who want to, how do you really achieve work-life balance even when you're working virtually? That's module 6. Module 7 is about spiritual purpose. Now, this is not about connecting to any religion or something. It's more about the understanding what spirituality means. It's about connecting to various forms of energy, right? It could be and how does spirituality, which is connecting with yourself and different forms of energy, can help you cope up with various challenges and difficulties, right? And also that helps you become a little more kind and have sense of gratitude towards society, towards the people, towards the world that we live. And some of the key takeaways of the spiritual purpose is about strategies to develop inner peace and attain self-fulfillment. Like understand how universe respond to self, understand how there are various energies, inner outer energies that help you and connect with them to find how they work for yourself. So that's the spiritual purpose. Our last one here, and equally important, last module in this is economic purpose, which essentially is about finding your financial goal. Because we are all so many a times we just kind of live a life where we earn money and spend money and earn money and spend. What are your financial goals? How do you plan yourself for the next 5, 7, 10 years, 20 years, right, for self and family? How do you make sure that that you if there is a financial distress, if there is a challenge, how do you really manage that? And obviously, it's about holistic wealth creation and management for a secure future. Therefore, harvesting financial abundance, some of the key takeaways would be how do you build a secure and stress-free future from a financial perspective for yourself and family. So that's how this entire purpose, the acronym PUR, POSE has been built for various levels of people. And there are two kinds of methodology or intervention that we're going to offer in this. One is a very clear option of a retreat program, which is going to be like a 7-day offsite, right, where you can come with yourself, come with your spouse, whatever, your partner, right? It's a 7-day offsite where you check in on Sunday, check out on Sunday, right? Which is built with introspective activities, role plays, yogas, firewalk, meditation, pranayama, various forms of experiential learning, and then of course a lot of introspection. Right, and of course, we will look at calling subject matter experts on each of the PUR, POSE, right, where experts on health, experts on relation, experts on economic wealth creation, experts on spiritualism, and so on and so forth, would come and talk to our participants. right? Now with the entire, and there's a lot of individual counseling sessions built in those 7 days, and also follow-up counseling sessions post the intervention. And the entire thing has been built with a very specifically, also very scientifically crafted a guidebook, which will help participants really do a lot of reflections and exercise. So that's the ideal way. I'm an old school thought, so I prefer that. But obviously, we live in a virtual world and a digital world, so therefore, as we were speaking to people, we realized that people also wanted a virtual, in case we can't have a 7-day offsite, what do we do? Therefore, we built a virtual session as well, a virtual program as well, which will last for 4 weeks, wherein we do 2 sessions of 4 hours each. Obviously, the experiential piece of that will be a bit missing, but we'll still have introspective activities and role plays, and still have the psychologists and subject matter experts talking to the participants. And we will still have the handholding and coaching calls, and the guidebook and reflections and exercise obviously continue to stay as is. So these are 2 forms of this intervention that we're going to be offering. This is just to give you a perspective on how a day of retreat will look like. If you're an offsite, starting at 7 a.m. with the yoga and fresh juice, and introspective sessions, and some bit of sesa in the afternoon. Experts talk, have nature-based sessions. Then, of course, there are some experiential sessions in the evening, including things like walking on the fire, or bending iron rods, or breaking bricks, or breaking arrows, and so on and so forth, or eating various kinds of experiential sessions, right? Which essentially we challenge our belief and our the way we've been built up. And then the food and everything is from a very health perspective, right? So as we said, the expert sessions, nature-based sessions, outdoor activities, essentially helping you challenge yourself and do a lot of introspection. This is how a day at the retreat looks like. Some of the outcomes, I'm sure we've already talked about that. Everybody will have understood. The outcomes are essentially it's a once-in-a-lifetime transformational journey, which essentially go through a self-discovery, self-knowledge to unleashing your own self. Right? That's how the entire journey would be, the 7 days or a 4-week program. Adapting with the entire session, the entire program is built where we're looking at adopting a holistic, moderate, and balanced approach to living. Right? Experience, enhance joy in the entire living. And obviously making sure developing a more harmonious relationship across, and also making sure that we really truly connect with ourselves and find a larger purpose as to what we are doing and why we're doing and why we want to do, and whether it's family happiness, whether it's professional happiness, whether it's all-round societal happiness, whatever you want to connect with. It's a larger ecosystem that you live in. Connect with self and harness our full potential. That's how this entire intervention has been built for whether corporates or for individuals. I'm going to stop here, and if people have any questions, I'd be happy to take those questions. But we're launching this in November. We would the first offered the first offsite 7-day variant, as well as the online 4-week variant. We'll be launching it post Diwali. I'd be happy to connect with whomsoever would like to connect with us, or be happy to reach out to you if you're interested. All right.
Thank you so much for your time and presentation, Ashish sir. I would request to all the attendees, please feel free to post your questions in the chat box, or else you can use hand raise option, and we will take the questions on one-on-one basis.
Well, sometimes questions means that people are very inquisitive. No questions means people have either understood or say, well, we know our purpose. Don't tell us what our purpose should be.
So let's move ahead to the next. So let's move ahead to the next session.
There's a hand raised by Manik. I don't know what is there a question or just a hand raise?
So there are some questions in the chat box, Ashish sir. You can address these questions in the chat box, please.
Okay, expected wonderful initiative. Thank you, Pranjali. Fantastic one, Dipti. So those are exclamations. I'll skip that. Nice initiative, great initiative. Okay, what would the cost and how would cost? What would it cost and how much? That's what the Shalini's question is. Shalini, there are 2 different. I'm going to talk about it separately, but the offsite one and the online one would be differently priced. So I'm going to come back to you on this price. I will remember your name and I'll come back to you on the cost bit. But the online one, give or take, will be in the range of about $50,000 for a 4-week session. And the offline one, depending on what kind of place, because we have two offerings in that. One what we call luxury, one is comfort. So because some people are happy, or they want to live in a luxury kind of a resort, and some people be happy to live in a little more earthly resort. So therefore there are two offerings. Although therefore there are two different kind of costing on that. All right. Yes, a lot of people are talking about hoping to see the presentation. Yes, I'll be happy to share. I'll certainly send. I'll have your email IDs from UBS, and I'll send you the presentation for sure.
Thank you so much, Ashish sir. So let's move ahead to the next session, and for the same, I would like to invite Kaushal Parekh sir, Head Learning and Development, Bajaj Allianz Life. And a quick brief introduction about Kaushal Parekh sir. He has 17 plus years of experience with some of the top brands like Cafe Coffee Day, Vodafone West, Mahindra and Mahindra, Reliance Industries, and Bajaj Allianz Life. And he's a coach and a facilitator. Over to you, Kaushal sir.
Thank you. I'll just quickly share my screen here. Please let me know once it's visible.
Yes, it is visible now.
Brilliant. Okay, so good afternoon, all of you, and it's great knowing all of you spending your Friday in terms of getting some great insights from a lot of speakers here. What I'll be talking about, just few slides here. Unfortunately, I'm not going to present any research or anything. I'll be very simply focusing on what is it that we can do in the new ways of learning. Okay, with COVID coming in, the push towards online learning has increased, and a lot of companies, especially during the first wave, in terms of struggle, in terms of how do we shift completely from our classroom to online learning, whether it will be effective or not effective, what would be the technology challenges, will the participant accept it or not. So a lot of those questions started arising out of it, but like it's always said, necessity is the mother of everything. The new ways and means have been identified by people around. So the practitioners like me in terms of learning, facilitation, and all. We have found out ways and something which has worked very well. So in this next 15-20 minutes, I'll be sharing some of my experience in terms of the kind of work that I have been doing in my current organization and in some of my previous organization as well, in terms of how to combine both physical classroom as well as the digital learning component together, yet give that seamless experience to the learner. Okay, of course, there are a lot of benefits which have been generated out of it, so I'll touch upon that as well. But more than that, there are various ways in which a person can learn is what this gives us an opportunity to find out. Okay, classroom, if people sitting in the classroom, there's a facilitator standing in front of you and delivering his point of view. There's a discussion happening, there's some activities happening, and that's it. It goes, the session is over, participant go back and it's back to normal. But if you have to continue the learning, this new way of doing things has worked well, at least in my experience, and I'm sure it would be helpful for you as well. Very simply to move forward here, 70-20-10 principle of learning, all of you would be aware about it, what the 70-20-10 principle is. 70%, like we say about experiential learning, the best of the learning comes by doing things, by getting your hands dirty in terms of trying out things, and you gain experience out of it. That's what the 70% is. 20% is all about learning from others, observing people, watching my leaders do things in a particular, watching my colleagues and my peers do things in a particular way. And there's 10% of the formal learning, which is through your classroom programs or e-learning modules or videos, in terms of learning in a formal setup. The physical classroom mainly was focusing on the formal learning, 10% of the formal learning side of it. Okay, what this COVID has helped us do it is to explore ways and means in which we can bring alive this 20% and this 70% through digital mode. A lot of new technologies have come up, a lot of LMS and LXPs have adopted to the new ways of learning, and it has given a good push to this areas of the learning which were generally neglected in the earlier scenario, where majority of us were focusing on the classroom setting. Now the big challenge here is, or the question that will come is, experiential learning 70% is all about doing things, hands-on, trying out things. How do you bring it alive on a digital platform? Okay, and this is something that we try to crack here at my current organization, which is Bajaj Allianz Life Insurance. Okay, what it means here is, what we've done here is that 70% is helping people learn by doing things. Okay, how do you make it happen on digital platform? These are three sections that you see we have picked up here. Now this entire thing, Mindwell, we have created, this is an in-house platform which has been created using an existing technology and modifying it to give a user of a 70-20-10 principle of learning. What it means, what we've done here is, in 70% of the learning, we have picked up three sections. Performance toolkit. Now, what does performance toolkit mean here? Okay, if you are new to something, if you're doing something, okay, that there are multiple ways in which you can learn. For example, I'm a new manager. Okay, I have to set goals for my team. Okay, I have never handled team before in my life. I've just become a new manager. There are 3 people reporting into me now, and the first task given to me is set goals for themselves. Multiple ways to learn. I attend a formal goal setting exercise. Okay, I attend a first-time manager program through formal learning, or I pick up a e-learning module and learn on goal setting and everything. Okay, or I go to my HR business partner and take their help to set goals for my team. That's one way of doing it. If we have to empower the person to do on its own, how do you make it happen? So that's where this performance toolkit comes into the picture. Here, performance toolkit, when I say it's nothing but a collection of forms, formats, policies, templates, checklists, guides available. It's a one-pager document available, for example, in terms of goal setting. Okay, do this, do this, do this, do this. Things to consider: this. A simple checklist, a blank template available on the platform. Okay, where the person can just come here, search for goal setting, download that template. What it needs to do is just put employee name and start following the guidelines given in that checklist, given in that template. Now, what has happened here? The entire learning, there was just a template available there, just a simple checklist, a guide is available to the employee. The entire thing of the learning and executing that learning is done by the employee on the job using a digital platform without depending upon somebody else to train him on goal setting. So the learning has happened. The learning has happened in real time. Learning has happened on the job. That's what we mean by performance toolkit. Okay, online resources. Okay, now here I am referring to management articles, book extracts, summaries, ebooks, white papers, all those things. But what we have also done is that it's not just a collection of these resources which are available on the platform, but with each of these articles, each of these book summaries, there's a script given there. What are my key learning points out of it? So when a person wants to find something, he goes on the platform. Okay, this is the book that I want to refer, but let me find out what are the key learnings out of it. Okay, these 4 points are the key learning. Is it enough for me? Yes. Okay, let me explore more. Let me read the book and try implementing this. When I talk about the key excerpts of the article, it also has some of the questions to ponder upon. Okay, while reading, think about this. If you are in this position, what would you do? So that way, each of this resource, rather than making it a standalone learning material, there is a instructional design treatment given to it, where it is prompting the person to think and act on some of the concepts covered in the book. Now that's where this online resources comes into the picture. Just-in-time learning, skill pills or micro learning videos. These are nothing but a collection of 2-minute, 3-minute videos. I'm going to meet a customer who is irritated. Last visit was not that good, and he was unhappy by some things, and I'm going to meet him again. I know that he is unhappy. How do I handle that customer? The platform is accessible through mobile as well. They just go on the platform and see that, okay, how to handle irritated customer. There is a 2-minute video available on the platform. I just see that video and it gives me very, very clear tips on, okay, this is what I can do. This is how I can open the conversation. Okay, this is how I can handle the past anger or the past issues of my customer. I immediately see that video, enter my customer's office and practice my learning. Now, if you see, these 3 are resources available, yet all these things the employee or the learner is doing on its own without any dependency on anybody else. Now that's how we are trying to bring alive the 70% experiential learning. Coming to the second part of it, the influential learning, which is learning from others, 20%. How do we make this alive? Now here we have online forums which are available, chats, blogs. It's all about talking with each other. I have a query. I just go on my social platform. I post a query. Okay, this is what I'm struggling with. Can somebody answer? Everybody who sees that chat answer replies to him, learning from each other, learning from peers. There are Leader Connect sessions happening. Every month, one Friday is fixed. One Friday evening is fixed 2 hours for Leader Connect session. Okay, now Leader Connect doesn't mean that the person will talk about only the organizational priorities, organizational working. The leader comes and speaks about variety of things, new innovation happening in the industry, new innovation happening in the field of AI and ML when it comes to policy servicing or handling customer queries and all. It could be any random topic, but people are learning. It's open for all platform. People come, attend the connect sessions, ask questions, get their queries resolved. Informal learning, learning from a influential person who is prepared and comes back with a lot of insights, simplifies it from an organizational context point of view and shares it with the larger audience. The participants come, they ask questions, they interact with the leader and get those queries resolved. So that's a live session. Once the session is completed, the entire recorded version is uploaded again on the platform where people want to refer it back again, or people who have missed out the live session can go back, attend that session. With each of this video upload, there's a chat section available below. So you immediately post a query. If you have some question, you post a query, it goes to the leader. The leader can come back and answer that question on the chat. Okay, so that's where learning from leaders happens both from online as well as offline format. And of course, the last part, which comes formal learning, which is nothing but your common collection of classroom programs, WBTs, simulations, reading materials. So that's the formal learning side of it, where you assign a learning journey to a learner, and he goes through a structured learning intervention. Now, this is a very simple principle of 70-20-10, which has been utilized from years together. Through a digital platform, we've tried to bring it alive. How does it work? How does it work? And going into more detail about it. Okay, all of us have experience of a classroom program. Okay, 8 hours of classroom program. Typically, it's broken up into multiple components, around 6 to 7 components. Okay, when you go into a classroom, before the classroom, you would get an invite from your learning and development team, or from your HR business partner, that you are, because of so-and-so requirement or because of so-and-so need, you are nominated for this program. So you get a context of why you have been invited for this learning program. There could be some pre-assessment linked with that classroom program. Okay, so you fill up that assessment and you go to the classroom. When you go to the classroom, the first thing the facilitator will do is again build upon the context why you are here. What is it that you're going to learn in this session? So helping the participant understand the relevance of the training program with his or her core day-to-day jobs. Okay, post that, the facilitator will talk about some of the content or some of the concepts that he's going to cover in the day. Post the concepts are done, there's a discussion happens. Okay, so if this is the concept, how is it relevant for each of the participants in the day-to-day working? There's a discussion happening. Post that discussion, there's an application of this concept happening, hands-on practice through either role play or case study discussion or some activities. Okay, that happens. In closing, there's the transfer of learning to the workplace. So there's an action plan creation which happens by the participant. The participant goes back. And at max, there could be some post work in terms of program feedback or some post program assessment or some additional reading material. Now that's what a typical one-day classroom looks like. Now, if you have to change it on a digital format and bring it a combination of physical as well as digital means of learning, how can you spread this 8 hours of learning, shift it from an event-based learning? When I say event, one-day classroom program, it's an event. Okay, if you have to shift that 8 hours of classroom event to a 45 days learning journey, how does the model work? Here's an example of it. Okay, a bespoke toolkit to begin with. When I say toolkit, it's nothing but the reading concepts. The toolkit is nothing but say around a 15-20 pager booklet, which can go to the participants before the learning along with the invite, which talks about what is the concept that we are talking about here. For example, I have taken influencing skills here. So influencing skills, what is influencing skills? How is it relevant, or how is it beneficial for organization? How is it beneficial for the team? How is it beneficial for the individual? Okay, then it talks about some of the concepts of influencing skills, some of the frameworks and models of influencing skill. How can participants apply those influencing skills? So it's a reading material. So all the knowledge and concepts that the theory part of the learning is given to the participant beforehand. The participant learns through it. Again, the toolkit, you create it in a very eye-pleasing way, make it very colorful, make it very simple, a lot of images and all. It's easy reading for the participants. So that goes as a pre-read to the participants. Post this, there's some digital resources available. When it's a digital resource, it could be in form of an article, it could be in form of some of videos, which in a way prepares the learner for what influencing skill is all about. So this videos could be a 5-minute video, a 10-minute video from some of the world-renowned speakers or faculties of some of the top institutes of the world. Okay, those kind of video resources can be provided as a pre-reading to the participant. So he's read the concept, you're mentally preparing him for the learning, for the classroom. Then there's a classroom which is happening. Again, most of the theory is covered here. So half of the classroom hour is over. So this classroom need not be an 8-hour learning, or it's not necessary to have a online physical classroom for it. You can run it to a Microsoft Teams or Zooms or anything. The purpose of this classroom would be purely to have a discussion around the concepts or how these concepts are beneficial for the learner, how they can apply this concept back at the workplace. It's more of a discussion oriented classroom session. Okay, once this is done, participants come back back to their work. There's a discussion happening on the social platform, a collaboration platform, where participants chat with each other. Okay, what were your takeaways here? Now this, to make it more formal, to make it more structured, our admin can moderate this platform, or facilitator can be given an access to this platform, wherein we post a query. Okay, what were your key learnings, your key takeaways from the session? Let the participant discuss with each other. Okay, informal learning, sharing of learning happens. Now post this becomes the most important part here, face-to-face practice. Of course, only the learning is not enough. You call them up again for a classroom session. Now this is an online classroom, there's a physical classroom session, okay, where you invite them only for 3 or 4 hours. The purpose here is not to discuss any new theories. The purpose here is to apply the theory. Now this theory application can happen either through role plays or case study discussion or some activities. Purely focusing on the application of the learning. Participants will do something, the facilitator will debrief and bring out the learning points out of it. And post this practice session is completed, you provide them performance toolkit, which is something which will help them to practice the learning and learning for themselves. Now, if you see here, all these components are covered in that 1-day classroom, 8 hours of learning. What we've done here is that divided the 8 hours of learning into a learning journey of 45 days. That's how you are combining the physical as well as the digital modes of learning together. The other benefit is the learning continues. For a learner, it is not an event. Okay, it's just a 2 days of paid holiday, 1 day of paid holiday. I'm going in a classroom, sitting in a hotel, okay, having good meals, three meals here, high tea, lunch, breakfast. I'm done, slightly away from my job, no calls from bosses because they know that I'm sitting in a classroom. And it's an event, it's done, I'm back to my workplace. What's happening after that? I don't know. There would be very few people motivated to try and apply the learning back at the workplace, but not all. By using this format here, you are extending that 8 hours of learning to 45 days. Here continuously you're engaging the learner for 45 days. Now this 45 days is just some practice that we have adopted in my organization. Now this could be 30 days, 15 days, 60 days, whatever you want. Okay, depending upon the topic that you want to cover. Okay, so that's how you extend the learning and make learning a journey and not an event-based learning. Okay, now that's one of the best practice, or which at least in my experience have worked for me. There's something which I've been trying since last 4-5 years, and it has worked well. Of course, the COVID gave a lot of push and impetus to this way of learning. Okay, it took some time initial years. It took some time for people to get adopted to this learning, because they were always in the mindset that though in classroom, yeah, now it's all good, and that's the best way to learn. Completing the reading the toolkit beforehand, okay, going through the digital resources, interacting with my peers. It took some time, but with COVID coming in, this helped a lot, because the participant did not have any other mode to connect with the to get the learning from a formal learning environment. Okay, so that's where this helped us a lot, and this currently it's working very well. A lot of cost has been saved. Okay, that's one of the big advantage here. No more hotel charges, no more lodging and boarding charges. Participant don't need to travel, so the time is spent. There's a flexibility for the participant to attend during the day, any time of the day. It's a morning session or an afternoon session or an evening session or a weekend session as well, if the participants are okay with it. Okay, so that's the flexibility that brings to the table. To further reinforce it, you can run an internal train the trainer programs to develop trainers to conduct these virtual sessions and face-to-face practice sessions as well. Now, this is something where a small investment in training your internal resources to make them trainers, and it can cover a larger base. So no matter if your participant group size is only say 4 people, 5 people, you have an internal resources to manage that. He can still run a session, a practice session or a virtual session with 4 or 5 participants. There's no cost involved here. So that's the kind of benefit that you get out of this mode of learning. And trust me, this has worked well. Just to give you an example here on how this learning journey, there's an example of a leadership development program, leadership of managing self and managing people. From a learner point of view, this is what he is experiencing. Okay, there's a pre-learning, there's a classroom, there's a post-learning, there's a coaching session, there's a workshop again, then there's post-learning in form of action learning, lots of live chat sessions and all. That's the beauty of combining the online and offline learning journeys. Okay, so that's a very, very practical application of what this topic was all about. We heard a lot of in terms of digital transformation and everything in the previous sessions. From a learning point of view, this is something that can be picked up and utilized. Of course, there might be a challenge in terms of the platforms available, the resources available. That's fine. When I started working on this kind of format somewhere some few years back, we did not have enough technology available. Still, using internal platforms like SharePoint, Skype, Teams, these things were managed, and it worked well. This was not much of a hassle here. Okay, of course, you have an advanced platform like an LXP or a great LMS with you. Everything can be automated. It's just some manual. If you don't have, in case the platform is not available, there's some manual intervention available. But yet, it's worth making an attempt to save a lot of time and efforts and cost as well. So yeah, that's it from my end, guys. And now I am open for questions.
Thank you so much for your time and presentation, Kaushal sir. We have one of the questions in the chat box from Kanika Malhotra. What all initiatives did you guys adopt to make employee accept this mode, make employees interested in this mode?
Okay, so I'll answer this, Kanika, in two parts. One before COVID and then post-COVID. Post-COVID, it was very, very simple. A lot of communication that now there's a limitation of going into a classroom and all. So there's the mode available for you. So post-COVID, it was very, very simple. Pre-COVID, like I said, it was challenging in the earlier times as well. So we tried to hit it from multiple angles, parallel things. So one, when we created the content, the need analysis which we did in terms of how do we make content very, very relevant for the person. So when the communication goes, or when we involve a lot of important stakeholders in the design of the content, that was one of the push that we received as a learning team, because now the stakeholders are advocating for the content, that yes, it's a very relevant program. They have picked up scenarios, they have picked up topics which are very relevant for each one of us in our day-to-day working. So that was step number one. Step number two was converting this into this format of toolkit and virtual classroom and performance support tools, online resources, and practice session and all. How do we make it very, very engaging and light reading? Okay, when you talk about the classroom sessions, okay, the classroom sessions were very, very discussion oriented. No like difficult technical topics covered here. Very, very practical things were covered. So word of mouth helped us promote that a lot. Communication helped us a lot. So we did sort of road shows. Okay, so this was in one of our manufacturing industry. So we visited plants. We spoke with some of the stakeholders of the plant leadership team. Okay, help them understand the concept of what we are trying to do in the by changing from a pure classroom to a blended learning concept. So that is something which helped us a lot. So a lot of promotion happened. A lot of online communication and offline communication happened. So posters were created and put up in various locations. Online communication in terms of how the new ways of learning, each of these components of performance toolkit, what does it mean, was explained social learning, the collaboration, how it will work was explained. So that we had to do. Parallelly, we also started in building our internal trainer pool as well, to reduce the cost, that even if in the initial few months, if you have less participants, all our trainers are internal. So the cost is optimized there. So that also parallelly started working with. To be very frank, it was a slow start. It took us some time to get that word of mouth moving. But yes, it slowly and steadily people started adopting to this ways of working. So this is something that we did before the COVID times. There's
Thank
another
you so
question.
much, Kaushal sir. I would just request you to take these questions in the chat box. We have 2 more questions posted in the chat box.
Sure, no problem. I'll do that. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Looking forward for the next sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move ahead to our next session, and for the same, I would like to invite Mr. Rituraj Sar, Vice President and Head Learning and Development at Lupin Limited, giving a brief introduction about Rituraj Sir. For over 30 years, Rituraj Sir has been delivering cutting-edge talent management and learning solutions across the world, spanning geographies and industries. He has been honored with Chief Learning Officers Award from Tata Institute of Social Sciences several times over last 10 years. He has also consistently received international awards from ATD, that is Association for Talent Development in Washington DC, Global Leadership Award for Training and Development from World Training and Development, and another honors received multiple times. Over to you, Rituraj sir.
Thank you very much for inviting me and providing me with this opportunity. So let me try and share screen from my side.
Sure, sir.
Tell me when you're able to see my screen.
It is visible now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So leveraging technology for skill building is the topic that has been offered to me for this session, hyper-personalized learning and skill building. And this is something which is actually all about technology, as you can see in this particular topic itself. So let's understand what are some of the thoughts that are coming in our mind when we are seeing this topic, leveraging technology. Obviously, innovative way of training through technology-bound learning, or use of machine learning, artificial learning, or leveraging virtual reality and augmented learning to boost experiential learning. And of course, how leveraging technology in right way. So that right way being the key operative word can help improve employee performance. So what is the right way of leveraging technology? So while we have these kind of thoughts coming up in our mind, let's just take a step back and actually realize for ourselves, understand this, that leveraging is more important than technology. So technology is important, but how do we leverage this technology is what is more important. And therefore, let me give you an example to explain why am I making this statement. For example, nobody has taught us how to use Netflix, how to use WhatsApp, how to use Amazon website to place an order, how to place an order on Zomato or Twitter or whatever, Instagram. Nobody has taught us. There are no courses out there. We have learned it because technology was solutionized in such a way that anybody could actually use that technology. So leveraging technology is very important for us, therefore, to understand how do we make sure we help our employees leverage technology that is already at our doorstep. So we're talking about technology that can be purchased. We're talking about technology that is already freely available at our disposal. So let's understand this, how to leverage technology and therefore not really get constrained by the costly technology or get constrained by technology permissions that you have in your organization. But first understanding what is the role that you are playing in leveraging this technology. So what this means? This means that you have to be solving problems rather than simply sharing concepts as part of your learning sessions. So it's a very important mindset shift that we need to have as L&D people. Mind you, we are at the crucial juncture where our job is going to get extinct because everybody has got all the input available in the world with a couple of clicks at their doorstep. So anybody can go through the best of the inputs from Harvard, Stanford, or from best of the consulting agencies also with a couple of clicks only. So what you need to be doing is actually solving problems for me in my job rather than sharing concepts with me. Enough of having shared concepts all along so far, but now I need to be focusing on suggesting solutions to the problems that employees facing on job. And these problems would be typically either in terms of how do I improve my productivity, or else how do I reduce my cost, or else how do I enhance the system which I am using or which I am working. So because I am closest to my workplace, to my work, I know the best what are my problems. So can I suggest as an L&D partner, can I suggest solution to him? So my lens has to shift from I'm using a provocative expression of being just an entertainer, who provides timeout, who gives break time. And of course, in the process, you also end up learning getting some insights, learning some new nuggets, etc. I'm not an entertainer, I'm a problem solver. The moment we shift our lens to being a problem solver, we'll start leveraging technology accordingly. One more thing this means for leveraging technology in a better way is that we need to promote peer group learning such that it becomes part of culture. I was happy to hear this also in the previous presentation. We're talking about actually sharing with each other. So the mindset shift required here is that me as an L&D person should not want to hoard knowledge with myself and believe that I am the fountainhead of wisdom for my organization. Rather than that, now is the time when I need to be, in fact, the best I can do is provide connectivity among peers for sharing good practices. So can I actually alter my lens from being fountainhead of wisdom to actually a connectivity provider for my good practices among peers within my organization, and do it so often, so measurably, so trackingly that it becomes slowly, it will take time, gradually it becomes part of culture. So what do I mean by tracking this also is that, are you able to collect data around what are the kind of requirements that have been put there by employees, and where is it put? Where is the platform? That is the technology you're going to be using, and we're going to come to that. So number one, we said what it means is that we need to make sure that we are solving problems rather than sharing concepts. Number two, we need to promote peer group learning rather than thinking that we only will provide all the solutions ourselves. So if you need anything, come to L&D. No, not that. If you need anything, just check what is happening in the organization elsewhere. So we need to provide that platform, that connectivity. That is the second thing this leveraging of technology means. Third and final thing that it means is we need to change from being just input providers to becoming impact makers. So we need to track the full cycle from input to practice to impact. So let's not think that, it's good that we've been able to clock in certain number of hours of training or certain number of people that we've covered through our training. There are actually a whole lot of agenda items waiting on board of L&D. And these are around tracking practice, facilitating implementation of learnings, and therefore helping people, making them more accountable to become better in their practice compared to what they were doing earlier on. So post having shared inputs, make sure that you facilitate implementation and therefore help them track their practice better. Take it to next level of then tracking impact jointly. And this happens not by L&D, it happens jointly between L&D and business. So make sure you focus on practice and impact because nobody else is going to be doing that if you don't do it. Everyone is busy providing inputs. Everyone around you, you have inputs available with a couple of clicks, like I said earlier. And the moment you know this, obviously all your employees also know it. So they are not looking forward to L&D anymore. L&D is actually therefore risking to become extinct if it does not shift this very, very critical lens from being just an input provider to actually becoming impact maker, impact meaning business impact. Again, one of those three dimensions, either cost reduction or productivity enhancement or system improvement. One of these three dimensions, my intervention needs to be actually resulting in. Obviously, when this kind of result happens, there would be a whole lot of claimants to this positive result. And especially business would believe that they've done it by themselves. Absolutely fine, nothing wrong with that. L&D is a facilitating agent. We are catalysts. So we don't need to be in that sense competing with the business to claim credit for this impact in business. But we need to make sure that we are creating this process where we are tracking practice and impact and not just providing inputs. Please do not think your job is done after once you have provided inputs. So in fact, input is only the conventional role L&D used to play. Future L&D is all about practice and impact. Now that the input has been there, what is the practice you are doing? So strengthen accountability of learners on practice and jointly assess business impact between you as well as your business partner. So the seniors, the managers, the leadership in the respective teams needs to be actually, you need to be partnering with them to make sure this business impact is being tracked. Now with these three mindset shifts and therefore leveraging technology, up till now I was making a build up to this slide, and this slide is all about the presentation that we have on this topic. So let me explain. I mean, one thing is you can go through all that is written on the slide, and the other thing is you will benefit more if you understand in detail, as I explained one by one each one of these points. Very first, create technology platform to share continuous improvement exercises being done on job. And therefore, let me share, all this is based on the live experience we've had over last almost a decade in my organization. So this is not a prescription, not an advice, not at all a sermon. This is sharing of some, it seems to have worked. That's why it's lasted for almost a decade in the organization with a lot of appetite for more and better along these lines. So we've created our in-house technology platform, and therefore this is like Google. We make it available for employees to upload their continuous improvement exercises they are doing. Now, these exercises are based on the inputs they collected from your learning sessions, and they converted that into practice. And this practice has been documented like a project, and that project of continuous improvement exercise has been uploaded on this platform. We call this platform as Gyanodaya, which is our in-house Google at Loopin. So suppose somebody wants to know in his specific area, how does he actually, for example, let me give you this example of how do I improve my cost reduction effort on the manufacturing aspect of a particular process in my manufacturing aspect. So I type those keywords in this search engine, and I get some drop-down projects, some 10, 15, or 5 projects that have been done by others currently or recently. Based on that, and that detail has got also information about who is the person who has done this work. So this makes it very, very lively sharing of what is happening currently. Mind you, this technology platform has been created once L&D partnered with IT department within the company. We have not outsourced this to any outside agency like TCS, Infosys, or Wipro, or anyone like that. We've been able to do it ourselves. If a pharma company can create a technology platform like this, any company can. You don't need to be an IT giant to be able to do this. So partner with your IT team and make sure such a search engine is created in your organization where people are invited to upload their continuous improvement exercises, leverage technology in this very, very big way. Obviously, it helps you in peer group learning like never before. Every day, on a regular basis, there are at least 50 to 80 visits on this site, on this platform, on this search engine. And this means there are these 50 to 80 curiosities that exist on daily basis that actually try and look for solutions on this using this search engine. And where was all this going up till now? It was all waiting for that day when L&D would really have a session about it. But here it is. Now the moment I need a problem is there, I need a solution, I look for a relevant solution based on this search engine. So that is number one. Number two, design groups like Learning Club using internet for helping employees post their work-related queries and get solutions from peers. I heard Kaushal also share this beautifully in his presentation just a while ago. Now we call it Learning Club here. There is definitely a lot more that can be done on this front because we need to be tracking better in terms of what are the kind of queries that are being posted and who are the people who are responding. And a lot of data is coming to be used in terms of who are the people who are responding to these queries, because people are actually posting their hands-on job-related queries on this. They are supposed to be posting that. And based on those queries, are there specific responses getting generated from others? So we are giving this, we are decentralizing the learning process and sharing a good practices process. We are giving that opportunity. Now there are tools like, on which tools can this be done? For example, Microsoft has got Yammer. We are using that tool. There can be so many other different tools depending upon your access. So you can create your in-house subgroups of learnings depending upon the like-minded people or the like purpose or the like function people and the similar needs people. And these groups can be definitely cross-departmental, cross-functional, purely based on their own voluntary interests. So all common interest problems can be solved using this method. So Learning Club, where actually we can use peer group learning in a big way, responding to queries being posted by employees. Now, this is the other big one, a big method that can be used while leveraging technology. Third one is provide opportunity for learning in as needed and when needed format. As needed means in application form, not in just theory form. What is the solution? The way we mentioned earlier also, what is the solution that we are able to offer rather than what is the funda we are giving, what is the gyan we are giving, and give it when the learner needs it. So this is making sure that you are giving learning when learner needs it, making it learner centric more than the trainer driven. So it's very important to, and when we say, make a Netflix of learning, this is what we mean. When you need something, you should be able to get it and not really wait. You should not be made to wait for that. That's how you are actually enhancing business impact of what you are doing. So make sure you are following this as needed, when needed format while you are using Learning Club or technology platform, the kind of things that have been shared on the above 2 points. Fourth very important point is acknowledge business impact that has been created because of on-job improvements made. Celebrate this business impact. And how do you do this is you, along with the business leadership, make sure that you get best of the best implementation exercises acknowledged, appreciated, and possible recognized and even rewarded. This is the method we've been following for last 10 years in our organization, and it has been successful. There is a fixed day every year when a particular intervention finally concludes with this exercise where best projects are being shared with top leadership, and best among these best projects are actually picked up and acknowledged, appreciated, and rewarded. Best of the best projects, obviously, each one gets rewarded and recognized because they get to make a presentation to the top leadership on that fixed day every year. And this has been going on, mind you, I repeat again, for the last 10 years, because this is the kind of value it has created. This is the process as L&D we have set up. It has only become better and better with passage of time. And now that technology is there, this technology is coming so handy and such a great respite for us to be able to strengthen this process even more. So you don't incur any cost on travel, stay, etc., no hotel bills, but definitely a lot of good work being shared around and recognized also. So that generates, so every year, for example, 250 people deliver a project, which is continuous improvement exercise. I'm just giving you a number. Out of those 250, finally 25 best get recognized, but there are thousands others. There are some 5,000 others who are getting inspired when they see this in that search engine, that technology platform search engine, point number one that I shared. They also want to see their own name up there very soon. So they also want to participate in this continuous on-job improvement exercise. They also want to work towards that of gaining visibility and recognition. So create forum to acknowledge business impact and make sure, thanks to technology, you can do it as predictably, as periodically as possible, which also means work in progress. You need to be continuously reviewing the way, the quality of implementation of learnings. So as the implementation is happening through the year, make sure that you are reviewing the process of implementation. That is very important for us to keep in mind. And finally, friends, the last point is data utilization is more important than data itself. We need to know this, that more than data, data's utilization is what actually determines, is actually data oil or data is gold or data is money or whatever data is. It depends entirely upon how well you utilize this. So what is the kind of data you are putting? It should not only get reduced to clocking in the number of hours or number of people covered, number of learners reached out. You need to enhance your touch points by making sure that you are tracking practice, you are creating impact, measuring impact, and you are declaring which has been best of the best continuous improvement exercises that have happened. When this becomes leveraging of technology, actually L&D becomes a great business partner. It adds a lot of value to the entire process of change because you are an agent of change and not just a break provider to your team members in your organization. With this, I come to conclusion of this presentation, open to questions from your side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your time and presentation. I would like to request all the attendees, please free to post your questions in the chat box. And Rituraj sir, request you to please take these questions in the chat box.
Sure, I will.
Sure. Thank you. So
Thank you.
let's move ahead to the next session. And for the same, I would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Sinha, Head Business Excellence, Corporate HR, LN Learning and Development for Larsen & Toubro Limited. So, Dr. Rajiv Sinha is an experienced knowledge management and digital learning professional and is known for helping educating and supporting various businesses of Larsen & Toubro. He started his professional journey from Tata Steel and later moved to L&T. And he held several positions in his career spanning more than 23 years. Over to you, Rajiv sir.
Yes, let me share my, I'm not able to put my video on. Yeah.
We can see you, sir, now.
Yeah, now it is come. Let me share my screen. Let me know once the screen is coming.
We can see your screen.
Oh, okay. So good afternoon. Good afternoon to one and all. And just to set the context, the topic which is given to me is shift in L&D methodology. e-learning, simulation, and gamification. Very apt topic, I will say that nowadays, especially the post pandemic, we are sorry. The post pandemic, these things are at it has taken pace. The adoption of these things are it's very high, I will say. And just to set the context, actually, if we see last 3 to 4 years or 5 years of the L&D space, learning and development space, there is a visible shift in the methodology. And not only that, even technology, the adoption of technology or use of technology in L&D space has a lot of traction we are finding there. And of course, then the COVID came. We all know the story that when the COVID came, actually, it became like the chief technology officer kind of thing. The COVID pushed the whole adoption of the technology in each and every field of the business. And L&D probably there was no option actually because of it was forced on the L&D professional to adopt the technology in the way they probably never dreamt actually about that. They never thought that technology will become so popular or so not popular, I should say, but so important in the L&D space. So if we see that overall, if we see probably before pandemic, if suppose it was like most likely the classroom versus online was probably the ratio was 70 to 30. 70 is to 30, 70% probably, or maybe 75% was the classroom in most of the organization. It is nothing to one organization, but on average, I am talking that 70-75% was probably the classroom session and 25% to 30% was in the e-learning mode or the or maybe technology assisted learning, we can say. But post pandemic, the curve is entirely reversed. And now probably the 70 or 80% or 75% is the e-learning mode or the online mode of the training. And 25 to 30% is the classroom training. So that is the shift we are seeing in last 1 and 2 years, as well as in the last 4-5 years, we have seen many changes happening in the L&D space. So in next 10-15 minutes, what I will be doing is that I will be putting some concept there and what we are doing at the L&T or what L&T has done. So I will be sharing few examples in that space. But before that, we need to understand actually L&D as a professional. As L&D professional, we need to understand actually what are the requirements of our key stakeholders. These are the very basic things which is many times we see that missing somewhere. So top level, if we see that top level for the L&D, there are 3 key stakeholders, and each stakeholder has a different requirement or the different need. If we talk about business leaders, what they are looking actually, the cost effective upskilling. Upskilling is like a buzzword now, because as it is said, the half-life of any skill, if we take, probably it is less than 2 years. So we need to, or means the business leader need to upskill their people in a very cost effective manner and at a scale. That is their requirement, business leaders. If we come to the HR people, especially the business HR which they are, and especially the L&D professionals, what are their requirement? They need to give the solution which is the scalable. And also their requirement is the high training density. It is not that now you can train few people, 5%, 10% of the audience or the employee base. You need to train very high level. You need to improve the training density. So these two are, you can say, the top 2 things for the business HR or the HR people. Whereas the third stakeholder in this whole system or in this process is the employee, the one who is going to receive the training. For him, actually, what is the requirement is the personalized learning experience. And that is, in fact, one of the earlier speaker has used the word the hyper personalization, and that is the word actually, or that is the world we are seeing now, that hyper personalized learning experience that user need or the employee need. So as a L&D professional, what we need to look actually is that balancing all the stakeholders need. That is the important point. Why it is important point is that I have seen many times that that we are focusing, means as L&D professional, we are focusing on one stakeholder or the other stakeholder, and in that process, either giving less focus or completely ignoring the other stakeholders need in the whole process. And if that kind of solution we are designing, the effectiveness of those kind of solutions or the acceptance of those kind of solutions will be not up to the mark or not up to the optimal. Basically, that will not be the optimal solution which you are providing. So these basic things we need to always remember before designing any solution. And those technology or any other trend which is meeting all these requirements, my guess is that that will actually stay for longer time. Moving to the next slide, which is the technology, that the change in the shift in the methodology has the component. So technology is the one component which is changing. In fact, not only that, because of the COVID, actually, we are talking, it was changing. Last 4, 5, 6 years, we have seen these things happening everywhere. So the first is the app, actually, app everywhere, which I have written. But now that is the scenario we are seeing. That right technology solution is a very important thing in building digital learning culture. And we have seen that this is the era of apps. Actually, everything is getting appified. We have seen that COVID vaccine for the Arogya Setu, even those kind of things which was probably not earlier thought that there will be app for that, but it is now something like the app is ubiquitous everywhere, omnipresent. Everywhere you will find the apps. And you can safely say if something is not on the mobile, probably it is not existing. That is the scenario, that is the situation we are. Second is also it is about the experience. User experience is the prime mover. If it is not giving a good experience to the learners, if it is not giving a good experience to the user, very difficult to push those kind of technology in the organization. The adoption, improving the adoption of those kind of technology will be very difficult. No one has the patience now to go through the user manual and read everything and then use that and then operate that app or that platform to say that. So user experience is the prime thing we all have to think about that technology. So whenever you are selecting the technology, whenever you are seeing that shift also in the technology, those technology are getting kind of edge when where the user experience is much better, even if all the features are not there. The same thing is equally applicable to the learning platforms. We have seen the whole journey. Learning management system came first, then learning experience platform came. Last 4, 5 years or 6 years, LXP is very much getting adopted by most of the organization. And now we are talking about the next set of technology, which is already taking place. I will say the adoption may be varying from organization to organization, where we are talking about integration with day-to-day application. The learning in the flow of work, that is the word nowadays you must be hearing or listening at the multiple forums. And many integrations are built, like building those things into the day-to-day application, like Microsoft Office, be it the Outlook mail or be it the Word or PowerPoint. Even the Chrome extensions are also coming, where I have seen in the Skillsoft they have developed something called ELSA, where that ELSA is already integrated with the Chrome extension. You just have to any word, actually you are going into the browser, and then any word you are searching, you have to just right click and it will search inside your system. So a lot of integrations are being built, and that flow, learning in the flow of work, is the new buzzword, I will say, where the technology is moving. New kid on the block, AR, VR, augmented reality, virtual reality. Again, here, the point here is that as a technology, it is not so new actually. AR, VR was there since quite some time actually. But definitely adopting this technology in the learning and development space is the new thing. And many training programs you will find, especially those programs which has the short duration, 5 minutes, 6 minutes or 10 minutes kind of, because that immersive experience has a lot of side effects also. So I have seen that it is not getting that longer duration programs are not getting built in that, but smaller programs are getting built into this kind of using this kind of technology. And definitely as the technology will improve, as the adoption will improve, we will see many more cases or examples on this. So this is the shift in the technology we are seeing. Coming on L&T, just to give some examples, actually at L&T, what we are doing or what is being done here is that L&T is a very early adopter. L&T, you know, I'm sure many of you must be knowing about the L&T Larsen and Toubro, which is in the field of cutting edge technology, cutting edge of the engineering. So it was but natural that we have used all the technology in the learning and development space also. So as you see that LMS, Learning Management System, was launched in the year 2006, a very long, means 15 years long journey actually it has. 15 years back, we have launched our first e-learning portal. We have named it ATL Anytime Learning. And it started slow. Of course, 2006 was not a time where many organizations had adopted that e-learning. So I started with the slow few of the self courses and then level 1 interactivity courses, and then slowly it moved to the level 2, level 3. Many tie-ups and many in-house courses were also got developed during the course of time. Then a major change happened in 2017 when we have implemented LXP. And probably at this scale in year 2017, the L&T was the first company in India who implemented LXP. In fact, in the pilot stage itself, we have roped in more than 5,000 users to do the pilot for this LXP. Yeah. And this LXP, typically the uniqueness of the LXP is that it has a good recommendation engine. We have done a lot of work in this field. And that recommendation engine is actually taking care of multiple things.
Sorry to interrupt. We have just overshooted your time.
You are telling me?
Yes, Rajiv sir.
Okay. I shooted 20 minutes. Okay, no problem. So I will quickly close the session. So there are multiple things actually, as I said that, so many things are there. Just quickly, so I will just skip few of the slides. Simulation is the other. So I will just put the cases of the L&T, some of the case or some of the practices of the L&T in the simulation we are using at the very large scale. Our most of the journey programs are now embedded with the simulation programs, and these are at the scale like N2K, the LEAP. We have the first time manager programs where games are added. We have the power plant simulator also. We have the BIM Academy where AR, VR, and then simulated scenario people are taking. So simulation is in the big way we are using. Gamification is the another thing which is a very important factor for the engagement of the learner and also improve the effectiveness of the learning. And this slide I am putting intentionally 1 to 8 points are there. While gamification, when we talk, actually most of the time gamification means the leaderboards and the point system and badges, virtual badges. But actually as L&D professional, you have multiple levers in your hand, which you can use in improvement of improving the engagement with the learners. And these are the 8 points. This is called Octalysis framework. There are many other frameworks are available, but these are the levers which L&D professional has. Other than that, we are talking about the leaderboards and the point system. And if we can use all these things, then we will able to create more deeper engagement and more meaningful engagement with the learner, which can sustain for a long time. Okay. Then few are the things. Okay, I will leave this part. So I have not noticed that I have already overshooted time. So PPT will be anyway available for everyone. You can go through or you can connect with me at later stage. Okay.
Thank you so much for your time and presentation, sir. I would request all attendees to post your questions in the chat box and request Rajiv sir to take these questions in the chat box, please.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so let's move ahead to our next session. And for the same, I would like to invite Mr. Ashutosh Kapila, Vice President Talent Management, Vodafone Idea Limited. Ashutosh sir has been experienced for 26 years in the industry. For over 21 of those years, he has been in the space of learning, talent, and leadership development. He has led multi there is some sort of noise. He has led multi-locational L&D teams, introduced new methodologies and path-breaking programs in the organizations. He has worked with and has written several articles on learning and leadership development, and also been part of several panel discussions and industry fora. He has been shaping opinions around the subjects of learning and development leadership for over 15 years now. Over to you, Ashutosh sir.
Well, thank you. And thanks to UBS Forums for inviting me for this talk. Delighted to be sharing with many of the listeners and participants a subject which is actually very relevant, and I hope to make it interesting for all the viewers here. Low on Gyan and more on practical insights. So the topic is, learn, unlearn, and relearn, foster a learning culture in an organization. So the what and why and the how is something that I will attempt to address in this short presentation. So before I move into some of the detailed points that I had, and I just have a few slides, so please don't get psyched about, there are just some six odd slides. If you could just press enter once more, I need both definitions here, because what you're trying to do is what constitutes a learning organization. I'm trying to share two definitions here of leading management thinkers. The first being Peter Senge, as you know, famous management thinker and author of the Fifth Discipline. He says, a learning organization he defines as a place where people continually expand their capacity to create the results they truly desire, where new and expansive patterns of thinking are nurtured, where collective aspiration is set free, and where people are continually learning how to learn together. And, previous speakers have referred or alluded to social learning and peer-to-peer learning, and I think that gets captured in this definition as well. And then there's the other management thinker, which the definition I liked of Ikujiro Nonaka. He says, of the learning organization, he says, inventing new knowledge is not a specialized activity. It is a way of behaving, indeed, a way of being in which everyone is a knowledge worker. And so this alludes to, the seamless free flow of information and knowledge sharing, which we see enlightened organizations enhancing, facilitating, and building their competitive edge on. Now, both these definitions, wonderful as they are, they're definitions of an ideal state, and definitely we need an ideal state of how a learning organization looks, and we are thankful to the management thinkers who have given us these definitions and established a vision of what a learning organization would be like. However, there is always that gap, between what the ideal state is and what reality tells us, what, in reality is happening to organizations. And that gap is really in terms of the meaning we ascribe to a learning organization and the measurement of it. So how do behaviors in a learning organization manifest themselves is something that we need to be in sync with. Very often there are different views and interpretations of what a learning organization is going to be like. So I thought I'll start off with this definition, and then establish really why is it important for us, which is on the next slide. It's important that we understand why this is important for all organizations today. We've talked of hyper-personalization, and I'm sorry, but hyper-personalization is the buzzword for a certain reason, which is that in the era of digital transformation, products and services are more or less commoditized. whichever industry you look at, telecom, FMCG, service providers, the moment you have, a certain USP or a certain wow factor, within a short time, and sometimes within 24 hours, you see something similar being launched by a competitor, right? And technology, very cutting edge technology makes that possible. So how do you differentiate in the times of hyper personalization? Because there's a crowded marketplace, and everybody's, as a customer, is expecting something different, something new, something more personalized. When I get into a cab, when you take an Ola or a Uber, you will see that it welcomes you with a new addition to your playlist. So if I get into a cab, it'll say, "Welcome Ashutosh Kapila. This is your preference or your listening playlist. Last time we've added 2 new songs for you, which we hope you like." And I'm like, wow, how did they know this? And that too has been almost like commoditized. You expect it every time, right? So therefore, the idea of innovating and learning agility become really important for an organization, right? I mean, yeah, just stay back on that slide, please. Yeah. So guiding light to the future. If you're going to learn from past experiences and do course correction, it gives you a certain advantage. And that's what we call as learning agility, right? There's an unknown future. There's a fast changing future. There's fast changing ecosystem and technology. So how do you adapt fast and actually learn from your past experiences to do your course correction of your product design, your service design? And of course, quick dissemination of best practices, adapting as you move along, so that you integrate new knowledge very fast. You design your processes, your systems, and most importantly, your culture in a way that enables the quick dissemination of information and knowledge, of new information and knowledge. I think that's really, really critical. So those are the 3 points I thought will connect to why are we in this conversation? Why is this topic really important today? Yeah. Moving on to a statistic which, when I first saw it, was truly mind-boggling. This is Deloitte research. We talk of customer experience. All over there is differentiation on the basis of customer experience, learner experience, etc. Right? And the research shows that CX leaders, customer experience, CX, their revenue growth is 6.5 times that of CX laggards. That's mind-boggling. 21.7% revenue growth compared to 3.3% of CX laggards. The ability to cross-sell and upsell for CX leaders is 3.6 times more. The spend of the customer on CX leaders, companies which are differentiating on the basis of customer experience, is 140% more than CX laggards. Believe it or not. The tenure on the network, age on the network, as we say, loyalty, it's an index of the loyalty of the customer, is 5 years more in the case of CX leaders. And finally, the price premium that customer experience champions command is 4.5 times more than of CX laggards. That's phenomenal. That's absolutely mind-boggling. And 89% of marketers agree that companies will primarily compete on customer experience, compared to only 36% marketers 4 years ago. So things have changed very fast. When we talk of differentiating on the basis of customer experience, we talk of a very agile organization. Agile is another word that all of you would be hearing more and more. Working inside in an agile way, thriving in amoebic kind of movements, adapting very quickly, rather than being fixed in a very rigid hierarchy which impedes quick learning. Yeah, is the way forward. So I wanted to share this statistic with you because I think it's important to connect to the why of building a learning organization. Why is all that important? Right? If your organization is geared towards providing differentiated experiences, you need to be very agile in the learning organizations within before you move to the without. In the next slide, I will attempt to give some pointers, and there's no rocket science here. Some of it is familiar stuff, but I will try to attempt giving the pointers to the how of it. In my first slide, I said the gap is really in the how and the meaning we ascribe to a great learning organization. But how to achieve a great learning organization, some of the pointers, yeah, we could just press enter and The first part is creating a culture of learning. Reflective conversation raises the learning quotient. We all know it intellectually, but organization after organizations I have seen personally in my days as a consultant, in my days as a L&D head, as a talent head, conversations are about how much will you deliver this month? What is your achievement versus target? By when will you deliver this? I cannot accept this shortfall. You have to deliver this faster and better. So it's all about that transaction. It's all about the target, right? It's all something very quantifiable, and maybe we're not used to having those conversations, or it's a cultural thing. But something here needs to change significantly. Managers need to step aside from transactions and take out time for assessing any experiments the team members have done. Conduct that lessons learned conversations. I know that GE, for example, has institutionalized this in doing what they call failure mode effect analysis. So on the meetings, they discuss possible failure modes, and it's a very interesting brainstorming kind of session they have. So that creates a accelerated learning for all the team members. And I think this is something we need to embed more and more. Secondly, removing obstacles to the free exchange of information. Boundarylessness is a word that got invented in Jack Welch's time. And it is facilitated in digital organizations because of the sheer deployment of technology, which cuts across hierarchy. Right from the lowest layers to the highest layers, you all have access to the same information. You all have access to the same influences or influencers. And therefore, technology fuels openness and transparency, right? It also fuels social learning. We've had previous speakers talk about, peer-to-peer learning, social learning, and that is really accelerated learning more than a structured L&D department. It's also joyful. You see from Facebook, social media like WhatsApp, Instagram, and what have you, everybody is, learns very quickly from peers' experiences rather than, from a facilitator giving some gyan there. So it's joyful and it's effortless, and it's facilitated by some rather cutting-edge technology these days. Building a safety net for failure, right, is very important in the case of a learning organization. Again, the buck stops with people leaders or people managers. Are they creating a safety net for failure or encouraging fail fast, fail forward kind of culture with their teams? Or is everybody terrified because they're going to have the boss cracking the whip the moment they fail or there's a shortfall? So there is a certain incentive that risk-taking needs to be given. And when that happens, we see that those organizations definitely get a cutting edge. And finally, the last point, just press enter, please. Yeah, the outside-in approach becomes really important. We talk a lot about design thinking, how to get customer end user insights into the center or the core of your product design, your service proposition, and then build the proposition around it. And wherever that has happened, it's really hit the nail on the head. So the core need is addressed, and it goes over and above and delights the end user. So it's really good to have the outside-in approach in terms of building your learning architecture, right? So those are the 4 points that I had about the how. This is not an exhaustive list. There are many other smaller points, but a lot has been spoken about them in terms of L&D landscape by my previous esteemed colleagues and speakers. I would just transition to what are the strategies for more effective learning. That's one of the elements in the topic that I was given. And here I will, just take you through some of the pointers again, very quickly in the interest of time. We know that micro-learning and video-based learning is the way to go, right? The more video-based learning we have, the quicker is the intake, says research. So the learner profile, the learner expectation has changed, and we see that. And that's why I find myself, whenever I design certain programs, I find myself using a lot more of video input, because that's something that people are used to. That's something that is, quick on the uptake. Nobody wants to read tomes and books anymore, and there's, a certain tediousness attached to a major amount of reading. So therefore, we adapt and put more of video-based learning, digestible bits, micro-learning, and also simulations have, become really popular because they simulate reality and the transfer of skill and behavior becomes more seamless and effortless. Also, linking to the organizational context and the big picture, and I've actually merged 2 points here, but you can understand, as you see this slide, that what's in it for me, the WIFM, it's very important to address upfront in any kind of training or learning initiative. Content, there is plenty. There's trillions of mega terabits of data and content out there, right? But how do we connect it to our context? What is important now? What is a priority now is something that we need to focus on. Moving from program-based approach to role-based journeys, to learner journeys. That's something that I think Rituraj also in the previous session had alluded to. And I think this is something that everybody's realized, and L&D systems are geared to develop role-based journeys rather than, sort of advertised programs as we had, in the last decade. Learning analytics have become very popular. Increasingly, they become the tool for not just understanding how to enhance learning, what are the areas of learning which employees are hitting more often. Believe it or not, there is software which tells you how long the person's eyes stuck to a particular page or a particular video. Okay, so if I know that the person as a learner has, been watching a certain video-based learning, or certain things have been, repeatedly watched, then I know that, okay, I need to develop and leverage on that rather than focus on something that is largely print and reading. Yeah, so learning analytics give us fascinating insights about how to engage learners. Testing the efficiency of experience and application. Very often, large programs and initiatives, they bomb. They fall flat because we've not tested the uptake or whether the skills are being applied or not. So my plea and my belief is that we should sort of have a pilot, check out the experience of the learner and whether the application is being done or not at a smaller scale, at a manageable scale. And then once we have ratified and got the validation, then we should scale it up across the organization. And that recipe is usually far more successful. And finally, track the engagement with the new technology. There's so much of technology that has come into play, whether it's virtual reality or artificial intelligence that are layering the LMSs, role-based journeys pop up, recommendations pop up. But one thing that we often get blindsided is how is the learner receiving this or engaging with the technology? Right? Is it well received? Is it like internalized? It's user friendly because the same user is using, Zomato, Make My Trip, and ordering food, recreation, taxi, everything, right? So that same experience needs to get replicated here. Is that the case, or is it something different? So those are the points.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. We are just overshooting the time, so.
Right. So I'll just take a couple of minutes more to go through the next slide.
Sure.
Right. And then I'll wind up. So implementing strategic training organizations, we obviously look at future fit skills and knowledge. I find a lot of cloud-based analytics, data sciences, very, very topical and, the hot skills today. However, there is less talk of cultural intelligence in managers. How do you handle diverse teams? How do you display empathetic listening? So those are some of the critical skills, softer skills, which are actually harder to internalize, according to me, that needs to also, conversations need to be about those skills as well. The co-ownership of line managers and leaders, very important. Wherever I have got success with delivering large national interventions, it's always been because there's a deep involvement of the line manager and the functional head. And finally, tiered interventions. Nobody takes generic stuff anymore. They all want and they appreciate when you have different strokes for different folks. So customized learning. Just a quick one on the last slide. I think the next one is my last slide. Yeah, the next one, the next slide. Yeah, nudges. Yes, of course, help in skill application and reinforcement. Kirkpatrick, there's so much talk and so many questions on effectiveness of learning. How do you measure it? How do you measure it? And we've gone on for 50 years. I have personally experienced success in level 4 measurement. And believe it or not, the first time I did it in 2000, 21 years back, was in a heart surgery. I was looking at a heart surgery from 2 feet away because the sales conversation was between the medical rep and the doctor who was doing the cardiac surgery, and I was 2 feet away taking my notes whether the conversation pre-post has changed. I visited the surgery twice, the operation theater twice, and so I know it works. The same when I was a training consultant 20 years back and doing on interventions for car salespeople. The same thing. I had to make an observation very real time when they were in the sales conversation. So level 3, level 4 works, but you got to work hard on developing your diagnostic instruments. Are you using the right kind of questionnaire and observation sheet or not? That's where sometimes there is a bit of fuzziness. So that's about it really from me, and happy to take questions on the chat box. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ashutosh sir, for your time and presentation. I would just request you to please take the questions in the chat box, and attendees, please feel free to post your questions in the chat box. So let's move ahead to our next session, and for the same, I would like to invite Mr. Nitin Thakur, Head Learning and Development at Jindal Stainless Limited. He is a Harvard alumni and a TEDx speaker with 21 years of experience and visionary leadership in talent management, leadership development, and learning. He believes that every people manager is a talent manager and is the key to establish a culture where all employees seek opportunities through capability development. Over to you, Nitin sir.
Thank you very much. And it is really wonderful to listen from such strong leaders, and it is a very insightful learning. I'm trying to present my slide. Please allow me a moment.
Sure, sir.
Could you present the slides, because here I'm not getting the icon to be able to present now.
Just allow me a moment.
Okay. I think it worked. Can you see my slide now?
Yeah, we can see your slide.
You can see the slide. Wonderful. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening to me here. And the focus that I would be putting off this conversation is on learning effectiveness. That how do you get the business impact and how do you show the business impact? This is a cover slide that we usually use for us, where we understand that learning and development's landscape has really expanded a lot. And what I would be talking today would be talking on the behalf of some of the great interventions that we've done in last 18 months. We've got 4 different awards for those interventions. So I would be using them as an example as what other leaders or other speakers have been telling you what to do. I will share with you how practically we did it, and I'll share examples with you practically how it looks like. So in this session itself, I will cover on 3 things. One that I would share with you is that how the landscape is changing, how big it is, as well as how your training need identification is to be done. Because your training need identification is going to decide about your landscape, as well as what areas you have to do. And then we talk about program design. How do you design in a manner that it is very effective? It is not the old way around. And that part really, really matters from learners' point of view. And then measuring it to the last level. Talking first about the learning and development landscape, I think it all begins with your need identification process. In old days, we used to do need identification for one or the other way, not from multiple ways. And then we were able to focus only on 3, 5, or 6 important programs that we used to learn as an L&D. Today, the scope has really increased. And let me share how. So this is a way that we do need identification, and I've recommended this across the industry as best practices. So the first thing is that getting the need from the CXO level of a person, where your CXOs, MDs, they tell you about from various businesses that what is that they are looking for to run the business well. Then you get it from HODs, SMEs of your different line of business, because they know where the industry is moving. They know what are the future skills. So if you go to any HOD, whether they are in the procurement department, sales department, marketing department, they would be able to tell you how the future is shaping up for them. I can tell you how L&D is shaping up for the coming few years, because this is my subject area. So they give very insightful information how to plan for long term as L&D, rather than just trying to do what is required today and just running operations. The other part is that a lot of speakers have talked about the need of personalization. You can take the horse to the water, you can't force the horse to drink water. So if the employee is not aiming for that learning, then that learning would not happen. So the individual development planning is very critical for learning culture. A previous speaker also explained what learning culture really means. And our definition in Jindal of learning culture is very simple. And that is when every employee knows about their career path, they have a plan of learning to reach their career goal, and they are implementing it. If these three things done, then you have a learning culture. And then getting information from your performance appraisal systems, for your management cadre employees, for your executive below employees, for your contract employees. You might be using different mediums for that, and getting everything together is important. And then getting recommendations from the industry. So this is very interesting, and other speakers have spoken about technology. So today, imagine you have the power to get the data that if there is a particular profile, let's say there's a finance manager, what are the trainings trending globally for finance managers? What are the training trending for L&D managers globally? It might surprise you that if you see this global comparison for L&D managers, for HR managers, heads, everybody needs to have a competency of data governance, which was not part of our KRA earlier, but now it has to be kind of a part of the KRA. Another important part is that when you are doing all this, this is to be done from two levels, micro and macro. So every function must have a learning strategy, and it is their game. It's not your game, because you can only handle this much, but there's a lot of work. So you need to ensure that your every leader is able to answer these 5 simple questions for you. They should know what is the vision of their own function in 2 years, 3 years time, 5 years time, how are they growing, what technology is coming in, what changes would happen. If they don't have an eye on their own function on subject, then there's an alarming situation. Secondly, what competencies would be required in future? How are they assessing it? What are the skills required to upskill now in functional technical areas, and how are they prioritizing it? These 5 questions are to be clear with every leader that you have, and that is when you would be able to get the right needs. Unless you have the right needs, right objective, you can't proceed in the direction, because you are evaluated. Every penny you spend is out of the profit of the company. So we have to be very careful with that. So that's how you prioritize where to focus on in the landscape. And you would notice by doing this, you will open a Pandora box. Earlier, you were focusing on soft skill, behavioral skill, leadership skill. Now you would be focusing on subject matter expertise of each department. Maybe SAP skills are very critical. Data analytics skills are critical. Advanced Excel is critical. Maybe presentation is critical. Going into deeper what that function needs. And that is when you get that learning strategy for the function. So I will move on to the next part, where there has to be a robust design. I know what is to be trained, but just imparting, just speaking and telling people and downloading information is not learning. Learning happens when there's an aha moment in the brain of a learner, that that person has learned something new, realized something new, and that person goes and implements it and sees the results, and that over a period of time become part of that person's behavior. So it's not that simple, just cover up man hours, man days, and things would work. Gone are the days for L&D and HR to focus on man hour, man days. Now it is the time to focus on business results. And how does that happen? So this is a simple sample design of one of the interventions that we did, which has won award for best technology usage for the learning and development. And this is an example where we designed a whole journey rather than doing one program of 2 days, 3 days, or maybe 6 weeks long. It is better to have multiple modules, have a journey of 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, like a mini MBA. For every function, every role, there can be a learning path. So there has to be a learning journey, not just one program. That has changed a lot. Now from offline to online, we are not doing programs at all that the way we used to do earlier in terms of the classroom trainings. Things have changed a lot. We don't have that much time. Earlier I had maybe 2 days, 3 days to cover a program. Now the same program is to be covered in maybe 4 or 6 sessions of 1.5 hours. So a lot of content can go before the programs as a micro learning, as a self learning, which other speakers have talked about. And then prioritize and getting people to go through instructor led sessions, which are based on individual needs. not just one size fit all approach. And that particular methodology is very critical when you're doing in the classroom sessions, sorry, the instructor-led sessions, which are done online. Things have changed a lot, and earlier also we've pressed on the concepts like Bloom's taxonomy and things like that. So think about it, if you are doing an online session and that has a combination of that 70-20-10, where 70% is an experiential session. Learning happens when somebody does that particular behavior and experiences of doing a new behavior. So that person have learned things theoretically on the micro skills through other mediums. Now the person is in the instructor-led session for a practical experiential knowledge. So 70% program has to focus on experience. And then the feedback from others and the facilitator has to talk, maybe 10-15% of the time. And there has to be a certification process, there has to be a monitoring mechanism, there has to be a reward mechanism associated with every program. There can be some platinum level learners, gold level learners, silver level learners, different ways of recognizing people. So this design is going to be a robustic design, and there's a reason for that. And I'll share the reasons more deeply as I share how do you measure all these things. So going forward on how do you measure it? Whatever gets measured gets done. That's what we've learned so far. And things have changed. Earlier we were measuring man hours, man days, and those were the dashboards of L&D people. That has to change. Our dashboard has to be on various areas. For example, when we do learning level of effectiveness of Kirkpatrick model, we can actually see what are the attendance patterns, what are the learning hours, what are the engagement scores. So engagement score is a critical area because we are doing online learning. And this is new for a lot of people. If you compare the scores of engagement with your classroom sessions online, definitely they are lesser, but whatever you will monitor will work better. And there has been certain examples in the industry who've done exceptionally well on online learning, especially instructor-led sessions. Then how's the feedback scores going that we used to do earlier also? And net promoter score is one critical element that you have to monitor in your programs, in your feedbacks. This is a reaction level that we are talking about. But net promoter score, I think, is one important criteria for you to see that if you have to change or if you have to improve and how do you have to work, because all other data points are not so much indicating of improvement. And our job is to improve continuously. Because what we're delivering, the quality that we're delivering to the learners, their expectations raises with every good trainer, with every good module that they face. Expanding on this dashboard part, other part of Kirkpatrick model was that how do you calculate the learning retention? How do you calculate whether the behavior has been changed, action has been taken or not? And then comes what is the business impact. So how do you monitor learning retention? How do you monitor the behavioral change or implementation? So these are just example of few modules that has been put up here where you can use, because we feel that soft skill and behavioral programs can't be really tracked like that, but that's incorrect. We can track it like that. So if there's an example of executive presence, the communication, a very common problem that people have, you might have tons of knowledge, you might be a subject matter expert, but if you cannot talk well, present well, and explain your point of view well, and be charismatic, be able to make that impact, it is difficult for you to break that glass ceiling. You can't be promoted over after a certain point in time. So this is an important thing to start monitoring for your leaders, for your people, and do a continuous improvement on that. And these are the areas that you can easily track, and these are the scores that comes from facilitators, that comes from managers and participant self-evaluation. Then learning agility is again a very critical competency. If people can learn by themselves, then your problem is solved. Because earlier speaker also mentioned, earlier you were probably catering to 5-10% of training needs. Now you have to cater to maximum amount of cater need. You can take help of learning experience platforms, automatic learning path, automatic modules, but still you have to focus on high potential population. You still have to focus on classroom programs or instructor-led programs and things like that. So this particular area really helps you watching your organization improve better. Then subject areas like emotional intelligence, assertiveness, listening. For example, if you do programs on innovation or idea generation, that you've taught them tools of idea generation, innovation, and things like that, but it is implemented. You can actually track it, that how many ideas they came up with, what are they doing with those ideas, are they implemented, what are the results that are coming from those ideas. So all these things, tracking is possible. And instead of focusing on the quantity, man hours, man days, that we can do so much from last year to this year, I think we should do less, but with more quality, more return to what we do. Finally, talking about action learning projects, if you do any intervention of learning without a proper plan how that behavior will be implemented and watched and measured, then you are lacking behind in your planning process itself. That's the first point. If you get any request for any program or any requirement, that's the first thing that you got to do. That how are we going to see the impact? So this is an example of another intervention, again, an award-winning intervention, and how we did the action learning project tracking. There's a lot of work in that that goes into it, which can be done by your interns, which can be done by probably some executives, and project-based work basically. So this is an example where we got the project nominations from our all HODs in the company, and they gave nomination of burning problems, which may not be probably having any initiatives around it. And those projects were specifically taken related with business issues like cost reduction, saving, yield enhancement, increase in sales, or waste management. Now, these categories has been carefully chosen because you can quantify these categories. You might be having all other gains also, but these are the categories that can be quantified for you. And then understanding what are the completion guidelines of these projects, what kind of impact that is coming. Having senior mentors allocated to project is very critical. A mentor can manage up to 4 projects, 5 projects, maybe 6 projects, depending on their capacity, depending on their capability to manage complexity. And this is something that really gets good return. I'm going to take a pause here and just summarize what I just talked about. First, I said that your need identification has to be very clear. The landscape has changed a lot. If earlier well-being was not part of your job, or probably taking care of functional technical trainings, fire, safety, or probably the product trainings, process trainings was not part of your area, but now they are, at least from a guidance perspective. You're a subject expert of changing behaviors, and you can guide on a functional areas also how to do that. Then I spoke about that design really matters because we are teaching adult. It has to be engaging, and learning is fun. If you see by the nature of learning, if you learn something, you have a need of fulfillment, you feel good about it. There are chemical releases in your brain that makes you happy. So when we are doing learning, why that doesn't happen, it's only in the design part. And finally, tracking, measuring all 4 levels of Kirkpatrick model is going to get you results, and you would be able to strongly tell the business impact that you're making. Imagine yourself to be like a P&L function, and your whole thinking will change about it. I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much for your patient listening, and you've been listening for a very long time and a lot of speakers. So I'm going to take a pause. Over to the moderator. If you have any questions, please ask me.
Thank you so much, Nathan sir, for your time and presentation. I would request you all, to the attendees, please free to post your questions in the chat box, or else you can just address this questions, Nathan sir.
If we have time, I'll be happy to answer any question right away.
So we have some questions in the chat box. I request you to please address this in the chat box, please.
Could you read those questions to me? I'm not able to open the chat box.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we have how pre and post is effective.
How the pre and post can be effective. I think the effectiveness really lies on your monitoring and measuring something. So if you've given a pre-work and you are not monitoring how many have done it, not done it, you cannot control that part. And the basic principle of psychology is that you have to appreciate good behaviors to see more good behaviors rather than punishing people. So when you start rewarding people who do those pre-work in time, and the quality is good, and that is something that you're rewarding through some point system in every program, and later on this person gets a platinum learning award or something, that will enhance that particular part. And we as learning professional might not be able to do everything. We have limited space, limited resources. Our departments are lean usually. So the consultants have to do it. So post corona, we changed the role of a consultant. Earlier, the consultant role was to come and deliver training and go. Now we said, no, that is not your role. Your role is whole project management. You have to track the pre-work. You have to rate the pre-work. You have to cover up the learning through a certain methodology. You have to track the post work, you have to rate the post work. And when you do that and you complete the circle, that is time the learning intervention is complete for a consultant. Just coming and delivering a program is not end of the game. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you so much for your insight, Nitin sir. I would just please request you to address these questions. There are some more questions in the chat box.
Sure, go ahead, please share with me.
Sure, we'll be sharing the questions post the sessions as well, so you can address this on one-on-one basis.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Moving ahead towards our allied panel discussion on L&D 2021 and ahead, I would like to introduce to our panel members, Mr. Amar Pawar, VP Products at Upside LMS, Vaishali Pathak, Head Technical Learning and Services and Global Head of Diversity and Inclusion at Tech Mahindra, Mr. Sunil Omanwar, VP Learning and Organization Development at Fortis Healthcare, Mr. Mukesh Kataria, Head of Learning and Development Quality Kiosk Technologies, Mr. Sachin Narke, Chief Learning Officer, Head of Talent Acquisition, Unit Head HR at Forbes Marshall, Vishal Vitlani, Senior Vice President Training at Motilal Oswal. This allied panel will be moderated by Dr. Ashish Arora, HR strategist, and entrepreneur, Firewalker founder, and managing director, HR NXC Private Limited and Mentoria Private Limited. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ashi. Just a second. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, visible, and slides are visible? Right, we never ask this question when you are in person, but when you are virtual, you start with this question.
Audible, loud and clear, Ashish.
And visible, and visible as well, right?
Yes,
Slide is
yes.
visible, yes.
All right, I know. Well, welcome once again, guys. It was great meeting you yesterday. So I know that a lot of you have been at it since morning, the audience and listeners, L&D professionals, and we are probably eating into your lunchtime. But I promise you that for lunch, we're going to give you some extremely insightful inputs on L&D 2021 and ahead. Right. So if you are delayed in lunch, right, or not had lunch at all and feeling hungry, another hour or so. But this will really make up for the hunger and the the time that you're spending here. This session, obviously, we've got some absolutely fantastic 6 panelists, all of them accomplished 20, 25, 30 years experience, right, and people who have implemented various things in their organizations, current and previous where they worked. Before I get on to introduction, let me just give you a perspective of how the entire discussion will move around over the next 1 hour. Right, I'll give you a very quick context on what are the L&D trends. We'll go to a quick round of introduction of the panelists, and then we will have an opening statement from all the panelists about the L&D trends and what do they think about what's going on 2021 and ahead. And then we put together as panelists together. We put together 4 themes. And we're going to pick up each theme and maybe spend 5 or 7 minutes on those themes. The themes are about developing future-ready agile leaders. The next theme is use of technology, and we've been hearing about that since morning. Use of technology in L&D, whether it's virtual reality, artificial intelligence, digital technology, and so on and so forth. The third theme is about how do we make learning personalized for everyone, because we are living in a world where the same medicine will not work for anyone. It's not a Covaxin or Covishield. It's people are different DNA, different personalities, so we different stroke for different people. So how do we personalize the learning? And the fourth theme is about this is my personal favorite: the digital versus in person. What is the effect of each of this on learning engagement? So that's how we're going to run, and then of course the last few minutes we'll leave for any questions that audience might have. That's how the entire 1 hour is going to be spanning out. Quickly talking about some of the trends that will really roost 2021 and beyond, and I'm sure we've been hearing about this since morning today. trends, and these are I mean these are give or take, these are all research based. There could be more trends. So these are the 6 that I could pick up, at least the top ones that I could pick up. So very simple. We all have now understood that hybrid working is the order of the day, and therefore hybrid L&D will be order of the day. Right, very simple. I mean, you can't. There is, the good old days. It's all in-person learning, classroom learning, experiential learning, off-sites and outbounds and whatnot. But we know that the e-learning, the digital learning, virtual reality learning, AI learning, all of that, hybrid learning. I mean, wherever you are is on the order of the day. No questions about it, because that's the new normal. We also know that the technology is changing the world extremely, extremely fast, much more than faster than we can realize. And people who are, who've got gray hair, spent 20, 25, 30 years, you've actually seen how, from the 286 to the latest artificial intelligence, virtual reality mechanics have really, changed the way we learn and with the way we work. So immersive technologies, AR, VR, all of that is the order of the day. And that is impacting L&D. The overall employee experience is going to be very different, or it's already started being very different from the time you hire, the way you onboard, the way you induct, the way you get them up to speed, moving from a honeymooners to an engaged level, right, is going to be changing extremely fast, and it's all digital, right? I mean, we could imagine until about, I can personally share, and I'm sure a lot of you would probably share that feeling as well. I could imagine that I'll have teams working across the country, sitting in their homes, right? Somebody sitting in Varanasi, somebody sitting in Nepal, somebody sitting in Sri Lanka, somebody sitting in Delhi, and we have an office in Bombay. People are working across. We are hiring people. I have never imagined that we will hire people without even meeting them physically. Well, we are doing that. We are hiring people virtually. We are onboarding them virtually. We are training them virtually using all kind of digital platform. That's the order of the day. So we'll have to keep reinventing. How do we really keep engaging people when they're all virtual? There's no physical touch, no hand, no shake of hand. Trend 4 is, and we've heard this again since morning several times, that it is not about the skilling anymore. It is about total well-being. It's about the mental health. It's about the physical health. It's about the emotional health. It's about the spiritual health. It's about total well-being, and not just the employees, but also going beyond the employee and also reaching out to the families, because they're working out of homes. So we have actually entered employees' homes now. We're meeting the families. We're meeting the kids. We're meeting their parents. So we have actually entered homes while we are doing our Zoom and Microsoft Teams and Google Meet. So it is the overall well-being that we have to address. We can't be just focused on presentation skills kar diya or negotiation skills kar diya and that's about it. No, it's overall well-being we're talking about. We've talked about this, heard about this enough from various speakers. AI for talent development, especially leadership coaching. And in the last 2 years, I mean, we are all ourselves working on a mentoring app and a coaching app, but how AI has really taken on and the entire capability development, particularly coaching and mentoring, right, all becoming, which would never imagine that, we'll have AI-based coaching and mentoring, but that's what is happening today. And there could be more trends, but finally, how the entire learning is becoming, and we heard this in the morning as well, how the entire learning is about micro-learning, is here and now, it's about learner engagement. It is not about the 2-day, 3-day, 1-week, 2-week program. It could be an hour of learning, or maybe a 45-minute of e-learning module and move on, and learning at your own pace, learning at your own time, learning at your own comfort, wherever you are. Right? So these are some of the trends that we've been observing as L&D professionals, and I'm sure a lot of you have encountered that. And therefore, some of the questions and the themes that we have today with the panelists are all around this. So moving on to talk about the panelists very quickly, very quick introduction, and I'm just going alphabetical order, so my life makes it easy. The first panelist that we have is Amar Pawar, who's the Vice President of Product for Upside LMS. He's a technology professional, so we're a very mixed bag of fruit in our panelists today. He's a tech professional who heads Upside LMS product and client operations. He's expert in e-learning, e-commerce, and he has a very interesting, unique ability of understanding the client need and really helping them to take very informed decision. He has executed various projects with the use of various kinds of technologies, agile, waterfall, prototyping, and other SDLC. Some of them I don't understand. Amar, maybe at some point in time, you must give me a personal lesson. Our second panelist is Mukesh Kataria. Mukesh heads the L&D for Quality Kiosk, which is one of the world's largest independent quality assurance providers. He's been at it for about 24 years, providing learning and digital transformation initiatives. He is alumni of IMA, IMB. You missed the IMC, but he went on to ISB and also in IIT Bombay. He is champion in setting up learning academies like Skilling Academy, like RPA Academy, and so on and so forth. Thus, welcome Mukesh on this panel. And he's the one who's really got a. So the first guy, Amar, is hardcore tech. Mukesh is the tech and a management combination. Very interesting, right? Our third panelist is Sachin Narke. Sachin Narke is the global CLO and head of talent acquisition at Force Marshall. He's also a combination of engineer and an MBA XLRI. He's also trained by Dale Carnegie and also qualified assessor from CEB SHL, and also certified on various psychometric tools like MBTI, DISC, Hogan, and so on and so forth. Before Force Marshall, he also worked for Mahindra & Mahindra and Tata Motors and led the team of Engineering Research Center at Tata Motors. That's welcome Sachin to the group. Our fourth speaker is Sunil. Sunil is Vice President L&D for Fortis Healthcare. He's got about 3 decades of experience. He's doing his PhD from IIM Kashipur. So soon we'll have Dr. Sunil, probably hopefully in the next year or so. Right, he's somebody who's done over 40,000 training persons days in the last 30 years of his life. He's a hardcore OD expert, talent management, leadership development, cuts across various sectors like healthcare, telecom, manufacturing, technology, and so on and so forth. He's also ICS certified coach and as well as facilitator in several psychometric instruments. Prior to Fortis, Sunil worked with Tata Group, with Microsoft and Airtel. Welcome Sunil on the panel. Our next panelist is Vaishali. And I'm glad that we have at least some diversity. And Vaishali is the right person to talk about diversity because not only she leads technical training at Tech Mahindra, but she's also the global leader for diversity and inclusion at Tech Mahindra. And I'm glad when I was reading her profile that a lot of people understand diversity as just the gender diversity, but she talks about diversity of generations, diversity of abilities, diversity of orientation and culture, right? And I'm sure we'll get some perspective from Vaishali as we go by. She obviously has been at it for over 2 decades in the L&D space. She's a strategic talent management and skill transformation person and who will be leading L&D function at Tech Mahindra. Welcome Vaishali on this panelist. We missed you yesterday in our dry run to say. All right, our next panelist, last but not the least, is again a very, very interesting combination of business and L&D. Vishal Vishlani, who's the Senior Vice President training from Motilal Oswal. Very interesting background. He's cross-functional background. He started with product management, third-party distribution, moved to sales, and then moved to learning development. Right. So, and I always like people who move from business to L&D or even from HR to a business because when you cross over, you empathize with each other much better. Vishal has strategic mindset, strong leadership and negotiation skills. He's an MBA in marketing, also certified financial planner and financial planning from a financial planning standards board, life underwriter. He's also a certified wealth management. So anybody wants to increase their wealth, you know whom to go to in this group. All right, welcome panelists. I'm going to start with our first question. I'd like you to take a minute each and make your opening remark on the subject that we're talking about today. What kind of trends are we foreseeing in the L&D space? And I'm just thinking it might be a good idea to just go alphabetically so that the life becomes easier. Because we have an interesting panel. I'd like everyone to give their perspective. So maybe we start with Amar first from an alphabetical perspective. Amar, what kind of trends are you foreseeing in the L&D space?
Hey, thanks, Ashish. Thanks for having me. So, see, to start with, I think I'll pick it from where you left. AI definitely. We are going to see lot more use cases for artificial intelligence within the learning technology side of it. As of now, I think mainly or primarily whatever I have seen across the learning technology platforms, I've seen the use cases are more or less related to recommendations and chatbots. Wherever the NLP and the natural language processing and all these use cases are there. But I think soon we are going to see a lot more use cases in L&D automation, the administration part of it. I think one of our previous speakers talked about the L&D teams generally are lean in size, right? And that is where they need a helping hand wherever possible. They need the automation to be built in, and AI is going to be the tool that is going to help deliver on that promise. Other than that, I can also foresee AI to offer a lot more smart analytics, actionable information. Right now, I work with, so many customers, around the globe. More or less, the analytics have to be, more on terms of some dashboard or some bulk downloaded reports. They have to work on this and try to make sense out of those data. when I talk about analytical information, I am forcing that, these information are going to be very specific to the point, where they're going to talk about what works, what doesn't work for a set of individuals, groups on that aspect. I think somebody also talked about, IDP, right? Defining IDP for, user set, which is going to be in thousands, is going to be a challenge for a lean team that we have. So, AI is going to, look forward. I think in some aspect it is doing it with recommendation engines, but I believe it needs more because it needs to start talking to the HRMS systems, the different systems that are going to track data from different aspects. I believe, IDP is going to be, when we talk about automation, we are going to talk about IDP, which is working based on all the insights or inputs that are going to get from the different systems that are in place within an organization. Very important trend that I'm starting to see right now is transition of a learning platform into more of a capability building platform. You would see more and more companies recognizing the importance of nurturing their current talent pool. We are all seeing the trends right now in terms of the hiring becoming way too expensive for everyone. I'm sure everybody agrees over here. And it is going to become more and more important trying to see how we can develop our current talent pool and making them be the first ones to have opportunity in terms of growth within the organization. And that's where these kind of platforms are going to become much more important and required in the current age. Finally, just on the lighter note, you would continue to hear a lot more new buzzwords from a lot of learning gurus across the globe, and they would keep us all busy and curious about what is this all about. There is one trend which has not picked up, and I was expecting. I'll just touch upon that. I was thinking, with X-ray API being there, we would be able to, utilize that for achieving a larger goal. I have not seen that pick up well. It is being used, but it is not used to the fullest potential. I believe XAPI by itself would have a lot of potential in terms of providing the right insight. And I hope to see that, that's a personal wish. I hope to see that, also being utilized in different platforms, across different platforms, and we are able to, make right use of that.
Sure, Amar, thank you so much. Mukesh, what do you think about this?
Hey, thank you, Amar. Thank you, Ashish. Hello, panelists. Hello, everybody. I'll just speak on three key points that I feel are some of the trends. So one is we need to have rapid reskilling. With the environment and the changes that we see happening so rapidly, we all used to give an example a few years ago of there's a VUCA world and what is VUCA, and it came from the US military. That's no longer a story which you need to relate to. You are experiencing it today. The pandemic has put everybody in the VUCA world, and therefore being more agile and being rapid in skill development is going to be a most important trend for all of us. Second point is it's more to do with skilling over performance. How are we able to drive a business performance using skill-based economy? Days are not far wherein the gig economy is going to be integrated with the organizations. And how is it that L&D can focus on skill development, certify different employees? Maybe you are certified at a bronze level or a silver level or a gold level or a platinum level. I think that is going to be the most important impact area for the future of L&D. Last but not the least, if I'm allowed to add one more point, is learning has to be in the flow of work. Gone are the days when we used to call people to enter into a classroom and then they are off work, but now it needs to work hand in hand, and therefore learner engagement, learner experience are going to be the key trends which will continue for some more time. I'll kind of stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukesh. Very, very, very valid. Thank you so much. Sachin, what would your view be on this?
Yeah, so I picked two from what you presented earlier, Ashish. You spoke about total well-being. I definitely see we will give well-being its due importance in the learning framework. Sometimes the programs or the initiatives that happen on this space are typically not a part of the L&D framework, but I think going ahead, they will have to be at the foundation of the L&D framework. Number two is you spoke about leadership coaching. I will just extend it to coaching of everyone. We know that so much of learning content has been created, and last 15 months has seen that learning content being created at so many places in the sectors that were kind of not into it also. There is a possibility that we might be spreading ourselves too thin with so many learning platforms and learning content available. And ultimately, we have to see its implementation at work. Who will help us implement that at work? And I think coaching will play an important role in all that one, to help ourselves not to spread too thin and to be focused enough to apply that learning at work. And third, what I see is the principles of neuroscience being applied in the learning space. We have a lot of research which is available, and certain things that we believed in earlier days, maybe myths, but now we have neuroscience at our disposal, and that research talks about a lot of scientific evidence into how behaviors change, how beliefs change, and what are those nudges that we have to create and build it in the system. I see in coming few years, neuroscience finding its place in this whole L&D delivery.
Thank you so much, Sachin. Thank you so much. That's very interesting perspective. Let's hear from Sunil.
Okay, hi. So I think some of the aspects of technology have already been shared, and as we go ahead, maybe some case studies would be worthwhile. Two things that come to my mind, I think, from a trending point of view. Most of the trending you can find it on Google as well. But one of the things that two things that I want to introduce here, and pardon the brief. I know there's a brief around it, but I want to focus on these two aspects. One is obviously where does the learning and development sit in the organizational context, and the trend would be that solving business problems and being at the board C-suite levels would be something that would be trending in future, because this is something that has gone beyond the hygiene and engagement and things like that. So I see L&D trending towards that in the next 4 to 5 years, where it would be directly related to the business problem solving. So most of the things around training effectiveness and whatever we try to talk about it would be at a lower end, but clearly solving the business would be something that would be there. The other thing that comes to my mind is very clearly not from and that's why I said pardon my brief, is in terms of, I think COVID has thrown lot of things. You touched upon this aspect of mental well-being and spiritual growth and things like that. So this has come into as a programmatic intervention, which is mental well-being and spiritual. I think there is much more to that. The corporate, if we are talking from a corporate point of view, and I'll use these 3 words very clearly and relate it to what would be trending. The one part that we never speak about in any of the competencies, and I'll use this word, lust for money in the corporate world. The strong desire for fame, position, promotion, money, and that blinds you away from so many things. And COVID has thrown a lot of questions to us. I know the next panelist will talk about diversity, and she's the expert on this. But when one is so strongly intense on some particular thing, we have missed the whole thing. I mean, sharing of power. I mean, as simple as pay gap between men and women, and sharing of power, diversity and inclusion. I think that is going to be the aspect that would be calling upon the learning and development people, because as the world moves towards more of that, there will be more calling on learning and development to look at all these aspects of, are we adequate enough? Are we training enough? Are we having the right things for creating diversity and inclusion at the base? Or we are having more of machines that are creating to produce only this. So this only aspect and intense desire is something that has to be balanced, and learning and development professionals I see a lot of diversity and inclusion, but this aspect of this. The second thing no one speaks about is professional jealousies, and I'm not talking of normal jealousies, professional jealousies. And how does learning and development deal into this? I mean, there's so much that is happening. Then we talk about gratitude, and I know. So if we really talk about happiness and from a spiritual map that we are talking about, I know we'll be thrown out of some of the tables and say, what nonsense are you talking about? Please give me this skill, give me these leaders who are able to produce this kind of a product, and that's about it. Get lost. And I think so. I think we fear from calling this out. But what is that we do in terms of really talking about this? Most of the competency frameworks don't talk about the third thing, all these two things, and the third thing, which is political manipulation. You know, as you grow up, there is so much of political manipulation. And I'm using the word manipulation not in a soft way, but also in the way we can't translate it into something. But there's so much of power grabbing that is happening, and the political maneuvering that is happening, and every word of time you're trying to do that. Where are we talking about shared leadership, servant leadership? You know, my research is that I'm not going to take that, but I think these are some of the things, sharing of power and stuff like that. I see technology from a very human angle, and I'll close there very clearly. I mean, obviously, technology brings a lot of fairness to the whole system. It goes beyond likes and dislikes, and hence technology is an easy solution for all those things. There is a sharing of power, anti-corruption, a lot of things. So when you do that, it is fair to everyone. It obviously brings efficiency to the whole thing. And the fourth aspect of it from a human angle is attention span. If I speak for another 30 seconds, I think I'll lose the attention of all my panelists, and I might lose the attention of everyone else also. So this minimal attention span, and that is where technology in these four aspects is seeping in, and most of the panelists have talked about, and that's why L&D, we tended to move towards technology. I thought I look at it from a lens of the human aspect, and where is learning and development moving in that. It's more of a question rather than a solution. Maybe in the next questions I can give some case studies, but
Sure.
I thought I'll raise questions rather than tell the trends. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you. Spoke like the true Sunil. Vishali, what would your point of view would be on what are the trends that you see in the L&D space?
Yeah, so a very, very interesting conversation. So nice to connect with all the panelists. Sorry, I couldn't join yesterday. Yeah, so when I look at the trends, I see from three angles. One is from the organization angle, and as many panelists said, that what is the value the L&D function is bringing on the table. So when the entire business itself is going through the transformation, the first question is whether the L&D function itself has transformed. Are there right tools? Is there right automation? The AI, are the L&D people taking the new roles, like rather than faculty, are we getting more into the consulting mode? Because now most of the content is available, but how to apply that content, I think that is critical. Or are the L&D folks were thinking more as a solution provider or as an engagement manager, engagement leader? So these are the questions the organization is putting in front of the L&D, that what value are you bringing? Are you helping me for my growth? Are you, or is it just to run the existing business? So that's from organization perspective. From the learner perspective, I think L&D is becoming more and more democratization. I can see over there, rather than the prescribed courses or prescribed learnings. Now everything is being available for the people. They are more empowered to learn, and what COVID has brought in that lot more access to various systems, access to content, and then you can pick and choose. And also COVID has brought in that new normal thing is, we observe that one life phenomena, like people want to now really focus onto their development, what dreams they want to achieve in life, and they think L&D from that perspective, that how this learning is really going to help me grow in my career. So that's from the learner. And the third is the larger learning ecosystem, where I would say it's not only the learning function, but the overall organization landscape. How do the learning fits in? Right from the forecast to fulfillment, is learning helping people to get onto the newer jobs, how it is aligned with the other functions. plus the use of technology. I think we will talk about it in detail, but am I having the right partner ecosystem where I can use some sandbox for the hands-on, whether I can use the best of the class content and the certifications, and how am I having multilingual systems where I can offer the training across all geographies, because now everything, there are no boundaries, there are no classroom boundaries, and anybody can learn from anywhere. And in the ecosystem, am I taking this L&D to the larger society? Because if we talk about any organization, we are absorbing a lot of freshers, especially Tech Mahindra, we take a lot of freshers. So are we investing enough to change the L&D functions even at the universities or pre-grad levels? So when the entire ecosystem changes, we will see the change happening. So there are two aspects. One is at the university level, and second is at the societal level. Are we helping through L&D for making underprivileged people employable? So these are the trends I see, and I see a lot of sensitization around that since last couple of years.
Thank you, Vishali. Thank you so much, Vishal. What would your thoughts be, and how do you foresee L&D?
Sure. Thanks, Ashish. I think that's the advantage of being in the last, that a lot of points have been covered. But I think 2-3 things, especially from a BFSI perspective. I've spent last 19 years in the BFSI sector. I think we see almost 70-75% of the new joinees as millennials, as Vaishali also mentioned, and making them as a center and making sure that how the learning is going to be consumed at that level. I think that's the key for us, especially. And there are 2 things which has played a big role for us there, and I think we see that as a trend going forward. One is that social learning. I think that has played a very huge role for us. Okay, we never knew that a person who attends a training and gets awarded, he will put himself in a lot of social medias and boast a lot about himself. And I think that's where he has gained a lot of mind share from his colleagues, and that becomes a very competitive advantage for a trainer. Okay, and makes it much more appealing for all of us. And the second, I think, where we have is, as rightly mentioned by, is in terms of partnering with the business. And all our trainings, especially if you ask us, we do the training need analysis by the business itself. In fact, the training team reports to the business head itself, that is the CEO directly. We make sure that we see a complete pre and the post impact. And over there, I think there is a huge scope and a need in terms of retaining talent, as somebody rightly mentioned. So we're working on a program which is in terms of how do you retain talent, because we all know that rehiring a guy, the gestation period, the opportunity cost is going to be a stretch for all of us. And I think that's where I think we are making a lot of leeway. So these are some of the trends which we have seen, and we're working on the same thing. And the last, not the least, is the journey-based learning. We have 6 different businesses and almost 24 different roles. So we have made journeys for each of these guys in terms of looking at in Summer Pathshala, which is our app, and making sure that they go through that journey over a period of time. And again, share those social media. We have a platform in our LMS itself. It's a Buzz platform where you can share your social learning and chat over there. That's it from my end, Ashish.
Thank you so much, Vishal. I don't know if the 3 is the number that we're all focused on, because all of you spoke about 3 things, and you said, though somebody said 2 but spoke about 3. But very interestingly, all of you talk about three things, from Amar talking about AI, smart analytics, and how the transition of learning platform into capability platform, and Mukesh talked about rapid reskilling, from to a performance based skilling, and then of course how the learning has to be in the flow of work. How do we create the learner engagement and so on and so forth. Sachin talked about total well-being, and then talked about how it's not just coaching for leader, but coaching for everyone, because there's enough and more on content available, and the use of neuro science in the entire learning, the arena. And then Sunil took a very different dig at this, that where does the learning sit? If that's a future trend of learning, is the learning sitting in the LNOD somewhere, 2-3 levels below the CHRO, CSCXO, or is it on the board? And then the other dig that he took is about the how the lust for money or the growth or the whatever, are we moving from, from that to more wholesome sharing of platform, DNI, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, I just love the concept we talked about, political manipulation, power grabbing. Are we building a case of shared leadership or servant leadership? And then Vaishali talks from our experience perspective, how do we really build agile organization and create and make sure that L&D is bringing that value to the table for transformation, like a true consulting partner. And then she looked at from a learner perspective and also from the overall ecosystem perspective. And Vishal from a Motilal Oswal talked about how do we make sure, because obviously we are in a world where millennials are going to rule the roost. So what are we doing from a millennials perspective? Is there learning focused on them? And then, of course, the thought that how do we partner with business to retain talent and not just rehire talent all the time. And the third aspect that Vishal talked about is learning. It can't be just a transaction. It's a journey-based learning. Thank you, panelists, for this very, very interesting insight. I'm moving on to our first trend, which is about how do we really develop future-ready agile leaders. And I like instead of having alphabetical, I like anybody who would like to go first. More so, I'm sure our audience would love to hear as to what have you done rather than just talking about what one should do. Right. So essentially, the question is how are you helping your future talent take greater ownership, becoming one of their own development. And if anybody can cite a case that this is what we've done in Motilal Oswal or in Forbes Marshall or in Fortis or in Tech Mahindra or wherever, right? This is what we've done to really make leaders adapt, evolve, and become more agile leaders in the last year or two. It'll be a great story to share. So anybody whoever wants to go first, I'm fine with that. We'll just keep it free flow. Maybe 2-3 of you can talk about this.
So if I can go, there are someone.
Yeah, just say your name and just go. It's just fine.
Yeah. So Sachin here from Forbes Marshall.
Yes, Sachin. Yeah.
We believe that information has limited potential to change people, and people become agile because of the context that they operate in. So if information had a power to change people, we would not have smokers in the world. We would have everyone wearing masks on the roads outside. But that has a limited power to change people. When you change context, actually, behaviors change. With us, if we talk about creating agile leaders, we have to talk about agile context. If you create that agile context, people will become agile. Forget about leaders, everyone. So if I take a snapshot of last 4 or 5 years in Forbes Marshall, certain changes that have been brought in. I mean, last 15 months, the outside context has forced us to change. But otherwise, agility is in the DNA of the company. And I can speak right from changing the way we approach our market to bringing certain systems within HR. I mean, this is HR fraternity, so we'd understand we have moved from annual review system to quarterly review system in our setup. We have redesignated everyone, we have job evaluated everyone and redesignated and still managed to control and manage our attrition in single digit. And I can speak about at least 2 changes at the org level that has happened every year. And I'm not talking about last 15 months or so, I'm talking about a period of 5 years. And I'm sure that before that also we were that way. So when you create this context of agility, leaders get used to it, and it's like you being on a treadmill. You have no choice, and then you learn it. And once you learn that trait, then you are pro at it, and then you do it on your own. So in our philosophy, it is more like creating context for leaders to be agile.
Right. So thank you, Sachin. I like that agility in the DNA of the company. Anybody else would like to take? Mukesh or Sunil or Vaishali?
Yeah. I will
just take up. Yeah, Vaishali, go ahead, sorry.
I'll quickly cover the entire future skilling drive we are launched a couple of years back, where we said that the organization, in fact, the vision of our learning function itself is that creating future ready workforce while fulfilling associate aspiration. So with that vision, what we did is we looked at all the 55 roles which NASSCOM had defined that these are the future roles. And we also identified 16 competencies which are required for future. And then we developed the career paths around those future competencies and those future roles. And there is in-house learning platform. We call it as New Age Delivery Platform, Learn. Earlier, we used to call it as upskilling as a service because everything has now become a service. So in that mad learn philosophy, what we do is we focus at either full stack ready or full cycle ready associates. So like in any startup, the single person does everything right from the requirement capture, development, delivery, post-delivery, maintenance and all. So on similar lines, we developed the skill units, we call it as SKUs, which are either full stack or full cycle. And then we let people nominate themselves. So it is not something pushed by the managers that you need to get future ready. It is picked up by the associates that I want to grow, I want to learn, and I want to move into the new role. So that's how we launched this program. It's completely blended mode, like people learn through the external content, and then there are contact sessions and the sandboxes and the finishing schools kind of thing. And the major effectiveness of this entire initiative is that 60% of the people got deployed into the new roles or into the new technologies what they have learned. So that is what is the impact is that definitely helps the internal fulfillment rather than going and hiring someone from the market. We are giving opportunities for our own people to take the higher roles, the future roles, and get that deployed. So it's not only technical, but even on the leadership side, there are such programs happening.
Thank you, Vishali. That's really brilliant, making future ready leaders. Anybody else, Sunil or Vishal? I think you want to say something.
So I'll just take a small. So come from a hospital. Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, audible. Please go ahead, Sunil. Yeah.
Okay, so I think I'll just take a small thing. In a healthcare, most of the hospital heads who head the hospitals are in critical position and critical lead and influence whatever is provided to the patient and to the customers. And they're fairly mid-senior to senior level people. And I just pick this whole world of greater ownership of their own development in terms of doing that. And each of the hospital works in a different way. So in healthcare, it's always there. How do we pick up practices and learn from each other? So just for Ashish, this is for Ashish. So he believes that there is a program. He says no evidence hona chahiye. Evidence. So this is the evidence, and we launched something called as a leadership peer exchange program. For these leaders, and then it flowed down to the next of the levels, but for the senior level. And we kept it senior leaders 6 days in a go, where 3 days, and so there was careful selection of whom to pair, who will learn from each. So say for example, a hospital head would be a marketing background, but another hospital head would be a clinician. So if we pair them together, automatically there is a huge amount of learning without telling them. They would build, we would work with them, and they would build the curriculum for the other person. The other person would tell this is what he would learn, and we would sit down with both the leaders and do that. And then both the leaders would run the show for 6 days. So they are learning and teaching at the same time in terms of doing that, and with little monitoring and little tracking, what we call as adaptive learning. And so a very classical example of how, without learning and development, getting into the space of a senior person, helping them to learn from each other, has been an extremely successful intervention for us. And then subsequently, once all the 30 FDs went through, their direct reports started clamoring. So we had to do another 40 to 50 peer exchanges, and then their team members started looking at. So it has become a big phenomena. Because of COVID, we kind of look. Maybe the fourth question is there, Ashish, in person or technology. I don't think this exchange could have happened on a technology platform.
Right.
But I'll rest the case here right now.
I love this process of peer learning and sharing, learning and teaching both. Yeah, that's very, very interesting. That does mean that you are, people like us, consultants like us, would be killed in the process, but that's okay. That's part of it. All right. I mean, Mukesh or Vishal, any of you would have any perspective on this? Any quick, interesting insight to share?
Just being mindful of time, I'll keep it short and crisp. I think I connect the dots with what Sachin also said. One needs to have an agile mindset, and it doesn't happen to be restricted only to leaders. We need to have entire organization trained on Agile, and that's the approach we have taken. Everybody in my organization understands what do we mean by agility at workplace. It's a part of their day-to-day job. But for our leaders, we need to definitely need to teach them what do you mean by agile and how do you implement it at workforce. So gone are the days when you will have 100% project predictability. Gone are the days when requirements are shared upfront, which will not change. So how do you deal with these at the same time, focus on continuous improvement, look at customer satisfaction, and look at reducing risks? Because as I said in the earlier statement as well, we are all in the VUCA world already. And if you're not agile, then only God can help you survive in this. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mukesh. I'm going to move on to the second theme in the interest of time, and which is about use of technology. I know lots have been said and discussed since morning, but I'm going to still raise this question once again: that how do we foresee technology playing L&D in the coming time? And I'm going to begin with nobody else than Amar, because I think Amar is at the helm of affairs, leading technology initiatives. So I'm going to start with Amar on this one. That how do what do you see, Amar? How do the organization keep up to date with technology advances in L&D?
See, personalization is going to play a key role, Ashish, in that. I believe somebody earlier has spoken on personalization as well. But personalization, when we have some tendency of attaching personalization with artificial intelligence nowadays, because we have been seeing a lot of talk about Netflix algorithms and Amazon algorithms and everything. But to be honest, personalization really doesn't need AI. A very simple example, which I have been experiencing personally, is using apps like Google Pay, right? They keep me reminding with a personal nudge of that, my electricity bill is due, my DTH recharge is due, right? Even for me, that is a personalization, because it is impactful. It gets my things done. So that's like the basic examples of personalization. So coming to the learning platform, in contradiction to what I just said, yes, AI would be required over there to try to build some level of engagement, trying to understand the user persona in terms of creating a user persona and trying to deliver based on what are their current requirements. Because even for users, if you see, we go through Apple Music and Amazon Prime, and they try to ask you certain questions in terms of what is your music taste, what are the artists that you are you're basically you're interested in. This is that it tries to give you some radio channels or certain music taste that what you have selected. Similarly, LMSs or learning platforms or any other platform for that matter would need to basically ask you those questions and try to set a kind of a persona for you. But these AI technologies need to also make sure that they keep on keeping hang of your consumption pattern or your requirement, because within our sectors, we as professionals, we grow and we move to different roles. I've seen Vishal talk about how he moved from different roles. If the AI platform is not able to keep a track of how Vishal is progressing through the different roles and growth within the organization, this entire thing would fail. So yes, this I believe is going to play a very important role, and AI in some ways would work addressing that.
Thanks, Amar. Anybody else? I mean, Vaishali, since you've been talking about use of technology and how you're making your thousands of people future ready, anything that you like to share as to what you or anybody else has done using technology in their organizations from L&D's perspective?
Yeah, I think AI, Amar has covered details. So because AI is one thing we are definitely looking at, that NAD platform, which I spoke about, which checks that what is the background of people, what kind of experience they are having, what is the current skill, and where do we see the gap in terms of the requirements. So again, as I said, that learning fits into the larger ecosystem where the technology plays an important role in terms of identifying the need as well as recommending the training programs.
Right.
Here, I would like to tell one example. What we did recently is the use of AR, VR, because since the entire onboarding is happening virtually, many people have not even visited the office. So
Yeah.
we had a recent batch of our global leaders who joined. For them, we created, we wanted to take them through 5 key verticals like BFSI, manufacturing, and health sciences and all that. So we created the entire module on with AR VR. Like they enter the organization, they go to the room, and then they see there are offerings from that vertical which are spoken about, and there is a little quiz. Then once you are done with that, you move to the next room, and there you get to know about the next competency. So that's the pilot we did, and that can happen through the joystick, and special goggles were provided for the people. But AR VR will definitely be leveraged further. Plus, we are doing a lot of simulation-based learning, especially our program managers or wherever we are having the journey-based programs. We do a lot of simulations. So in addition to AI, I think these are the technologies.
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else want another quick example? We have a time for a minute or so. Any quick example that we have used technology or we have seen technology getting implemented in LNOD?
So I'll give an example, Mukesh, here. So
Yeah, Mukesh.
yeah. So I very well connect with what Vaishali has spoken on how technology can play a role both using AR, VR, and a lot of AI. AR, VR, in my opinion, is becoming slightly expensive both in terms of development and making it available to a large audience. So the investment is slightly high. That's the only bottleneck now. But AI is definitely pervasive and flowing into all walks of life. Coming to the example that I wanted to share, I think business simulation is what has worked really well in terms of technology. We used to do a program for delivery managers saying, how do you make the engagement more profitable, keeping the customers happy and the employee happy at the same time. So all used to happen is a problem statement used to come for a delivery manager, and then you have the levers to play. So do you put a more experienced employee for customer satisfaction? Then your profitability is going down. Do you add more freshers to the pyramid? Then possibly your overruns are getting into a picture. So how do you manage multiple levers in a gamified, in a simulated environment? I think that's the new way in which a lot of more modules need to come up, and I see a lot scope of such a kind of technology to put into practice for L&D.
Right, fantastic, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mukesh. I mean, in the last year and a half or so, we would have done maybe about 9,000, 10,000 assessment development center for various companies, and it's been all totally virtual. Right, using simulations, using gamifications, using all of that. It's been just absolutely, I mean, the technology, we could never imagine that we could run an assessment center, which we generally do physically in a resort or classroom for 2 days, 3 days. You do completely everything virtually, various kind of interventions. Thank you so much. And moving on to the third theme, right, which though partially has been spoken about, but I'd still like to hear a little more if any experiences that if we have created in our respective organizations, that how do you really create personalized a good feel factor in the entire learning and development, because learning is getting more personalized. It's not one size fit all, absolutely. So I mean, like Amar talked about, Google Pay, because it's e-commerce or media, everywhere we see personalization. So what's your viewpoint on personalization in the R&D space? Any quick examples as to this is how we have really created personalized? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think just giving an example and case study, I think as you told that, give us some use case. So I think one of the things which we have been doing in the last 3 years, especially in MOSL, is that we have almost 5,000 people who are business guys, okay, at different levels. And we have broken up our so-called learning pattern into 3 different ways, which is business, process, and knowledge, which we call as the BPK. And our knowledge enhancement system, or the LMS Pathshala, also revolves around that. So say for example that we see that in a particular month, a person's business, process, or knowledge is low as a score, and it's a very, very objective score. It's not a subjective score, and this score helps them in terms of targeting as the guys who are hypers, also as bottom performers, and where we need to put in some training efforts. So a person whose business is low, we give them a nudge in terms of a business kind of a module. The same goes for process, and the same goes for the knowledge. And this has really helped us in personalizing a lot of trainings. We manage around 2 to 250 joinees every month. As I told you, we have a lot of millennials, and attrition at that level is high. Can you hear me, Ashish?
Yes, yes, very much. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Vishal.
yeah. Yeah, so I think we have personalized at a bottom level also. So we have a special program which is personalized, and we give a positive knack to people that, people who are bottom performers, we cater to these guys, and trainers manage them by giving them positive strokes instead of putting them in the PIP and getting them out. And we've got fantastic results in the last 2.5, 3 years, where we have 89% of our people in the population who have come through our evolve process, which is for the bottom performers, have performed eventually in the 2 months time which we give them, and has stayed with the company for a long term. So I think this is complete
Fabulous.
personalizing and ring fencing the people who are bottom performers and on the BPK strategy.
Oh, this is a Vishal, absolutely compliments to you. This is fantastic. I mean, I'm sure it's a great learning for everyone that how you really, using the BPK framework, you've really gone very, very objective and really build the entire personalization for everyone. Fantastic. Thank you very much for sharing that. I'm sure you won't mind if anybody in the audience wants to connect with you and learn a little more.
Sure, sure.
Right. Anybody else would like to talk about how you personalize the entire learning in your organization, or if you heard any example of any good way companies would have done that? We'll be glad to hear. Else we'll move to our fourth theme in the interest of time. All right, we're moving on to the fourth theme. This is, as I said earlier itself, my personal favorite. And actually, I'm also seeking answers because my personal belief in the digital e-learning, tech learning was low until about 2-3 years back. And I thought that's all crap. People need to get in the class and need to hold the hands and need to be together, need to see the emotions and body language to really learn. And that, that's about life. We all evolve and change and learn. So I've also evolved and changed and learned, and therefore we're investing heavily into digital learning as well. But I still, at somewhere in the corner of my heart, that belief still continues. So therefore, I'm going to raise this question to the panelists: that is virtual learning as effective, engaging, and impactful as the in-person training that we've been used to for decades, right? And if you have, anybody has implemented a strategy, I know Sunil already talked about that, but anybody has implemented strategy where you're doing hybrid or you're doing just all e-learning, I mean, what's really going on in the world? Anybody like to take a dig at that?
I'll go first on that, Ashish.
Sure,
so
Mukesh.
I have a very different approach. Yes, learning can happen without being into the class, and more, of course, in these terms. But in the previous organization, we used to do a lot of trainings in a hybrid mode, and I'll explain. And there's a beautiful concept behind it. It's called the flipped classroom. Typical learning would happen when a learner comes into the classroom and the instructor will teach them a lot of concepts, give them exercises, etc. But what we have been doing, purely because the scale of employees was so large, we had about 1 lakh employees that we were looking after in the previous organization. So if you need to run something in a classroom mode, it will take us about several months to cover the entire population. So there's a good concept which I was talking about, the flipped classroom, where we give nuggets of learning as an e-learning module, where the learner has to go through that before they step into the class. So the actual learning or the understanding of concept happens at an individual pace, at an individual time, as many times as the person may want to see the recording, the person can do so. So we used to give them a time slot saying you have a first touch point, let's say on 1st of October or 10th of October or 15th of October. That calendar used to get published, and each learner at its own pace will finish the learning. And once they have gone through that learning, they come for a classroom session. And in non-pandemic days, there used to be an actual classroom where an instructor will have a face-to-face interaction. Of course, now that's becoming a virtual touch point where the learners will ask questions. I heard this in the video, but I did not get that. So doubt clarification is the first point which helps in the touch point. And second most important thing is, how do you apply what you have learned in your job? Is the discussion that the facilitator will force to share ideas. So you learned about Selenium. How do you apply Selenium on your job? You heard about Agile. How do you apply Agile on your job? You heard about presentation skills. How do you apply that on the job? And shares real life case studies and examples. So I would say 60 to 70% of learning happens in an offline mode prior they come to the class, and experience sharing, learning from each other, peer-to-peer learning facilitated learning happens through these touch points. And it has worked really well for several training topics that we have been. It's become a part of our life, I would say, Ashish.
Thank you. This is really brilliant. I really love the concept of flipped classroom. Fantastic. Thank you, Mukesh, for sharing that. Anybody else would like to talk about your experiments with digital and in person? We can move on to questions.
For TechM, I think we have moved, most of our training has moved on to the virtual with that NAD platform. So what we observed is that wherever there is a purpose for learning, we see the higher engagement. So because in virtual learning, there is a lot of onus onto the learner in terms of the drive, in terms of the dedication or commitment, because there is nobody to monitor. While it offers the flexibility that you can learn anytime, anywhere, but still, if you look at the overall percentage, the completion percentage is less always when it is completely virtual. So the blended learning is definitely the better option, and especially for the leadership or behavioral trainings where we need to observe the learner and the body language and the gesture expressions and all that. Definitely, we would prefer the classroom training, but as I said, wherever the purpose is there, we have definitely seen a very, very high engagement, even in completely virtual mode. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vishali. Yes, absolutely. All right.
So
I'm going to just, yes, of course. Yes, we can do that quickly.
So I thought just last.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I think the last thing, I think in the last. Sorry, Sumit. So I think in the last 2 years, I think we've unleashed the potential of digital and virtual. I think it's about the learners' capability, and I think the learners' interest in terms of, I think it's a trade-off which we usually do. Okay, we usually see cost, we see in terms of how you want to intensify retention, how you want to engage the learners. So I think it's about the audience in the center, and I think I can just give an example today of office as well as in the personal. I think a lot of learners who are onboarded today with the digital way of learning, I think their default setting is right now digital itself. So, we have seen now, in fact, we've just started going to the classroom and we are taking small batches, which is required. But it's very difficult because they say it's better to do digital. Why? Because their default settings in the last 1.5, 2 years has become digital. So I think the same logic and analogy I draw for my daughter, where she learns, dance, music, everything, and it's digital, But if you ask me, I want to learn guitar, I go to a class. I think it's right now about the audience or the learner in the center, and I think that's where your default setting is getting established as of now.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishal. Sunil, you had a point to make quickly?
Yeah, just making a point of micro learning. Actually, this has suited us very well. How to wear a mask, how to wear a PPE, what to do in COVID awareness. Now we are so easily talking about MS Teams. When the COVID started, actually the whole gamut of digital divide, people not getting used to MS Teams and things like that. The two things that we found very useful is after 20 minutes, if we give a gap on an online class session, I think that has got a tremendous impact on the engagement. If you go 20 minutes and then just continue for some time, we have found that not to be working. And the other thing has been wonderful, which MS Team does not have, is the breakout rooms in terms of doing that. But the moment COVID stopped, I think for us, the shift has been more towards classroom. And then the e-learning and this stuff is being only used as what many people said here as a blended learning. But I think you're right. It's a hybrid model that will continue to happen.
Ashish, very quickly, if I can make a point.
Yeah.
While personally I will give more score to the virtual learning, one big element that we are missing from the classroom one is not what used to happen inside the classroom, but what used to happen during the breaks. Those coffee breaks and the lunch breaks and the dinner breaks used to create
the sutta breaks.
Yeah, sutta breaks used to create a lot of networking, and ultimately those networkings used to be very handy when you get to work.
Absolutely.
So I think that piece is largely missing in this virtual thing.
And the connect that you would have in those breaks and so on and so forth, right?
Yes.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. That really at least helped me clarify that that I'm not the only one who's still thinking that you have to do hybrid. You can't just go all virtual and all e-learning and so on and so forth. All right, well, thank you very much, panelists. It's been absolutely phenomenal last 45 minutes. right? And some very, very great insight. Before I move to questions from the audience, some of the highlights of the last 45 minutes is very clearly we need to build agile organization for and therefore agile content is the order of the day. The learning has to be personalized. There's no question about that. One size will not fit all. Whether it's micro learning, whether it's need-based learning, whether it's millennial learning, whether it is leadership learning or coaching for everyone, right? Right. That's how learning has to be. Very clearly, we all I think in a way we're agreeing that it is not just about learning for skilling. Of course, that is important, but it's going to be total well-being that we need to start focusing on. So therefore, it is not just it's not a transaction. It has got to be journey. We've got to have journeys for people, right? For 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, whatever it is. Right? And I think somewhere all of us are agreeing that we need to have a blended hybrid model, right? You will need technology and you need the in-person as well. And I'm glad that Sunil, and I'm sure everybody agrees to that, made a point that it's critical that where does the learning sit? What's the business case for learning? And even Vishali talked about that. What's the business case for learning? And even when beautifully Vishal gave an example of how they do the BPK model, I think the entire perspective it's all about business case, because you must know business process and knowledge, only then you can go up. So the entire business case and where does L&D sit is critical. And of course, I think all of us have made a point, an example that how tech is going to rule the roost. It is not. It's not just essential, it's a necessity. It's not good to have, it's must have. That whether it's AI, AR, VR, whatever it might be, that we need technology to enhance and make sure that we reach out to much larger audience much faster. And I love the word that Amar also talked about, that it is about smart analytics you must do. And it's not just about analytics, right? It's about the smart analytics as to what are we doing, how it is impacting, and how we are how we're making sure that the impact is kind of rewind, replay, and we learn, unlearn, and relearn from our analytics. Well, thank you very much, panelists. Over to audience. If you have any questions from any panelists, please shoot out in the text box. We will take those questions in the next few minutes.
Thank you very much for your valuable time and insights to all. I would request to all the attendees, please feel free to post your questions in the chat box, or else you can use hand raise option, and we will take the questions on one-on-one basis. So,
no questions so far.
People are hungry.
We are tired and hungry.
Yeah, it's 2:50 now. I think people are hungry. They've been at it since morning.
Okay, I guess
when I logged in at around 11:30, I saw 162 people, so I can see 76 people, Ashish.
Okay. All right. I can imagine. It's been a long day for people listening to several of the things again and again. But it was great meeting all of you guys. Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for openly sharing some of the things that you guys are doing as panelists. Have a wonderful weekend ahead. I'll catch you guys soon in person.
Thanks, Ashish.
Thanks, Ashish.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, bye.
Great. Thank you so much, all the attendees, and thank you so much, all the speakers. Once again, attendees, please feel free to reach out to us in case you have any questions, and we will be happy to assist you and connect you with the speakers. With this, we'll end the session for the day. Thank you so much, all of you, once again. Stay healthy, stay safe, and have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.